It's the CalebDMTG boom. Here we go. Alright, so where were we? We're 3 colors in. And it's 10-12. This might be the first set in a long time that I actually, like, finished the whole thing in one night. Maybe not, we'll see. Exactly how large the gold section is. Antagonize, 1 in a red. Target creature gives +4/+3 until end of turn. Oh, excuse me. So I said this before, but random pump spells are a little bit better in a format with Connive. The double striker, that every time he gets targeted, kind of feels like it might play very, very well with this card if you're in like a Boros stack. I guess that's just that one card though. Still sweet. +4/+3 is big. Those are some large fucking stats. Not a bad pump spell. Hell yeah, Warren Fish. Yeah, I showed it off on stream earlier. The Evolution shirt from Coalesce Apparel. Hella worth checking out. There's a discount code for Coalesce Apparel in the stream description if you want to check out that website. Have a lot of sweet shirts. And they started moving into playmats too. Arcane Bombardment. We got a mythic. We got an exciting one here. 4 red enchantment. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, exile an instant or sorcery spell at random from your graveyard. Then copy each card exiled with Arcane Bombardment. You can cast any number of the copies without paying their mana costs. Okay. So I'm a little reminded of the 3 red card that sees some play in Cube, where you just play a card and it just like doubles when it's your first spell. This one also has whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn. It's not copying the spell that you're casting, but you are getting value, right? You are getting to get to exile an instant or sorcery at random from your graveyard and copy that as well. This is going to play poorly with counter spells, but it's going to play very well with burn spells and draw spells and bounce spells and things of that ilk. Also, this scales as the game continues, right? It says you may cast any number of the copies without paying their mana costs. Well, you get to copy each card that was exiled with Arcane Bombardment. Also, because it says first insert a sorcery spell each turn, you can play like a sorcery on your turn, copy something from your graveyard, and then play an instant on the opponent's turn, and then get 2 copies immediately. EDH Wet Dream, yep. Good in EDH, good in some cubes. The wonkier the cube, the better. In Limited, this is going to be like an achievement unlocked sort of card, where you're going to have to like build your whole deck around it, and then feel very satisfied when it pops off. But obviously as a mythic, it's not going to be like a common archetype or anything like that. Limits the copying of a sorcery on the opponent's turn. It does not. Great Magic card. It just says copy them. And you may cast any number of the copies without paying their mana costs. You're not playing them, you're casting copies. So I don't think the instant versus sorcery restriction matters on the opponent's turn. Yeah, exactly, hard banned. You can't play this in any limited, you can't just like throw this into any old limited deck. But if you build around it, might do something cool. Kind of like, what was the card? There's like some 7-mana artifact where every time you played an instant or sorcery, you would put a counter on it, and you would get to shoot someone for the number of counters on it. This sort of feels like that. Yeah, Sphinx Bone Wand. Wonky, clearly very powerful once it gets rolling. Anyway. Big score. 3 in a red, instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards, and create 2 treasure tokens. Sure. I like how both black and red kind of get better draw spells than blue does. Remember that blue basically just has inspiration, and then it gets to like peek at the top card of both players' library. Black gets to scry 2 before drawing 2, and red has to discard a card, but then gets rebated 2 treasure. So it's like kind of like a 2 mana draw spell instead of a 4 mana one. The 2 treasure is like really easy to underestimate. What's a big part of this card? You love how happy she is? Oh yeah, she's having a blast. Also, that suit she's wearing, I hope is like really good armor, because I don't think swimming through a pile of metal coins is actually very, very exciting. That Family Guy episode where Peter jumps into a money bin like Scrooge McDuck and just like has a bunch of bones break. Not something you could swim in. You think it's her imagination? Oh, I could see that. It's like a daydream. She's like dreaming of swimming through a. Yeah, that makes the ridiculous size of the diamonds make more sense. Oh, and the flavor text references imagination too. All right, call in a professional. 2 in a red, instant. Players can't gain life this turn. Damage can't be prevented this turn. Call in a professional deals 3 damage to any target. Not terrible. So if this was a 2 mana card, then this would be like quite good in modern and stuff. As a 3 mana card, it is not going to see modern play. Obviously 3 mana to deal 3 damage is a fine limited card. You can pick it pretty early. And this card is like obviously good enough for standard, huh? If you're playing red aggro. There's a new Siege Rhino type card, a new Thragtusk type card in green as well. And if that card becomes kind of popular, then this might be like really important in red aggro. So you can fog the life gain. Turn this into be worth like 6 damage instead of just 3. Anyway. Goes through shield? Sure. Probably more of a limited consideration, but that is important. Daring Escape. 1 red instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike. Scry 1. That was kind of meh, huh? This is another piece of art that's just like this looks like it could be in some like fancy museum covering up like a whole wall and just be like huge and detailed and stuff. Like those old like Renaissance paintings. Interesting stuff going on with the light and shadows in the background. And then it's just on this like this shitty little red combat trick. Devilish Valet, 2 in a red, creature Devil Warrior. Rare, Trample Haste. Those are all interesting abilities. 1/3. Alliance, whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, double its power. Double Devilish Valet's power until end of turn. Interesting. So if you play this on turn 3, you're only getting in for 1 damage. That's not very good. What happens if you play this and then play a Hordling Outburst on the next turn? It'd be 2, then 4, then 8. 8/3 trample. That's like almost interesting. Kind of feels like you need to get to more than that. What if you Reckless Charged this first? Then you'd only have to play 1 creature to make it an 8. And then if you played 2 creatures, You could do that. You could, like, play this on 3, and then Reckless Charge, make it 4, play a Hordling Outburst, and then it's fucking... It goes to 8, and then 16, and 32. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Card seems good with Adeline. Card does kind of seem good with Adeline, yeah. Fun meme constructed card. Yeah, I think that's where it's gonna find its home too. If you're just trying to like have fun in the best of 1 queue or whatever. Kind of an achievement unlocked sort of deal. The memes. Does play well with equipment though. Does play well with things that like boost its power naturally. The white creature that makes tokens when you attack. Yeah. Yeah, those pair very well together. Good with Seasoned Pyromancer. Yeah, pretty good with Seasoned Pyromancer. Same as Swordling Outburst, right? Let's like swap those analogies. Exhibition Magician, 2 and red, creature human wizard. When it is battlefield, choose 1, create a token, or create a treasure token. A 1/1 citizen token or a treasure token. It's a 2/1. So this card's a little bit better than it would be in most formats. And it's not terrible in most formats, right? Like, it's nice to have the versatility. And like having 2 bodies for 3 mana is totally fine. But this is a format where Alliance is a mechanic. And it's not just on this one rare, you know, it's on a few different cards. And a lot of those cards are really dependent on having creatures that can like be multiple bodies like this. And it doesn't seem like there's a ton of creatures doing this effect. Like, I think there was a white or blue one where you actually get to like draw a card when your second creature comes into play. And Magician just does that by itself, so that's really nice. So in most formats, this would be a fine card. It's a little bit better in this format because of the Alliance ability. Some decks are going to really want this card. Glittering Stockpile. I've seen people talking about this a lot on Twitter. You casual fox. You casual EDH-loving fox. Glittering Stockpile. 2 and red artifact treasure. Taps for a red, put a stash counter on the stockpile, or you can sack it. Add X mana of any 1 color, where X is the number of stash counters on it. So this is my kind of mana rock. I'm probably going to be playing this in all kinds of cubes. Played on 3, ramp a little bit. Juice up a Fireball. Juice up a Draw X spell. Play some 10 mana little Drawsy. You know, whatever. You're excited for this in the Live the Dream cube? Yeah, right? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Or the arena cubes. I think it would fit well in the larger arena cube. If this cost 1 red, it would be Come Town. Yeah, it'd probably be a little too good if it cost 1 in a red. It dastardly doesn't want to go to Come Town. What if it's fun there? Don't knock it till you've tried it. That's alright, you don't have to go. Interesting card. Probably not going to be a constructed staple or anything like that. Could be some weird standard deck for it, but yeah. Goldhound, 1 red, artifact creature, treasure dog, first strike menace. Or we can sacrifice it to add 1 mana of any color. That's kind of a lot of abilities on a little treasure dog, huh? I like how Wizards used to play, like, just like put in 1 mana 1/1s with like shit, just like the shittiest abilities you've ever seen. You just have these completely unplayable cards. And over the years, they've kind of figured out that 1 mana 1/1 sucks shit. They should probably have some nice abilities on them to make them interesting for constructed or limited. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like Skirk Prospector, or Wild Cantor, is that the name of it? The one you can play for hybrid red-green and then sack it immediately. This one's got a tap on the ability, so you can't play this and then like sack it to filter immediately. You can't get that immediate fixing. But you can still run it out. Play a 3-drop on turn 2. Or just like attack for a few turns until you need it for mana. Basically Gilded Goose. I don't know if I'd go that far. I don't know if I'd go that far. It does count as a treasure, yeah. Could this work in the Anvil deck? I could see this working in the Anvil deck, yeah. Maybe. I guess it depends on what you're sacrificing it to play, right? I've been kind of like out of touch with Standard. The Anvil card itself like comes with a sack outlet attached. I don't think I would play this in the modern Anvil deck, if that's what you're referring to. Hell yeah, Nazem. That's very exciting. Horde Hauler, 3 to red, artifact vehicle trample, 5/5. Those are some good stats. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token for each artifact they control, and it's crew 3. Interesting. So an EDH, people getting into these treasure battles, and now you get to like make a treasure for each treasure they have. Can you imagine 2 players just like hitting each other with Horde Hauler back and forth? Crew 3 is kind of a lot. Is kind of a lot for crewing. Yeah, it's like, because it's rare, it's like costed for constructed. But I don't think the stats are quite there. 4 mana for a 5/5 trample that needs to be crew 3'd. Not quite good enough. If this costs 3 mana, I think it'd be interesting for constructed play. Or if it was crew 1 or something. Anyway. So good and bad, yeah, right? Powerful, but not quite there. Involuntary Employment, 3 and a red, sorcery, gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap that creature, gains haste until end of turn, and create a treasure token. So there's a few sacrifice effects in this format, huh? And usually, if you're going to do the threaten plus sacrifice thing, you have to be in black-red. In this format, there's sacrifice outside of black. The casualty ability was showing up on a few blue cards. So you could do the threat and sacrifice thing in blue-red as well, for example. Interesting. Jackhammer, 1 in a red, artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0, equip 2. Usually these kind of piddly equipment are better than they look. This one seems kind of bad though, A bone splitter that not only costs 2, but also equips for 2. If one of those were 1, then I think this would be like a little bit more interesting. Worst Bone Splitter you've seen yet? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, Bone Splitter's a great card, but this is probably the worst one we've seen, huh? Jax is the Troublemaker. I saw people talking about this one. This one had some hype about it. 3 in a red for a 2/3 legendary creature, human warrior. 1 in a red, tap. I'm sorry, not 1 in a red, just red. Red, tap, discard a card, and create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control. It gains haste, and when this creature dies, draw a card. Second at the beginning of the next end step, activate only as a sorcery. So that ability fucking rules, huh? You do have to discard a card, so you're not getting, like, absurd Kiki-Jiki value. And you have to pay a mana and tap. So it's actually, like, a lot worse than Kiki-Jiki. But when it dies, you draw a card. So, like, the discarded card part is, like, more of a loot than a discarded card. You can only activate as a sorcery, so you can't use this ability defensively like you could with Kiki-Jiki. Activating on the opponent's turn to block. Also interesting, you can copy legends with this. Normally you can't copy legends. With the Kiki-Jiki ability. So copying your mythic dragon, right? You can legend rule it, draw a card off this ability, and then get the dragon leaves play abilities. That's true. You could just blitz this, and then for 3 mana, you're getting a hasty copy of one of your current cards in play, and then also drawing 2 cards. Not bad at all, huh? Not bad at all. Yeah, I like the blitz ability in general, too. It's probably going to be pretty satisfying to play with. The new 3 red dragon from Neon? Do you mean the 2 red one? The 4/4? Yeah. No, you're fine, Art Stealer. Just making sure we were talking about the same card. Correct. You won't be able to copy an evoked creature with this. Not that I think this card was, like, serious for modern play or whatever. You think blitzing out your rares feel bad? I don't think that's feel bad at all. You're getting, like, a lot of value for this rare, for this effect. If you had a sorcery that was, like, 3 mana, copy one of your creatures in play, it has haste, draw 2 cards. Like, you wouldn't feel bad about it, right? Might be historic playable. Might be historic playable. Yeah, or Pioneer, maybe. Kind of depends on what you're copying. There's like Goblin Chain Whirler, might be sweet. Interesting card for sure. Obviously a limited bomb. I understand that Jaxus cannot target itself. I don't know why I'm being pinged for that. What I said that made you think that I thought that could happen. Copy Siege Rhino? Aw, yeah. Alright, light them up. 1 in a red sorcery, casualty 2. So So you can sacrifice a creature with 2 power to copy it. And light him up, deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. So this would kind of excite me if it was instant speed. I guess I understand why it's not instant speed. Like if something was chumping, then you'd be able to sack it to deal 4. Be kind of hot. Or you could like respond to a removal spell. This card is mostly just going to be 2 mana, deal 2 damage to a creature. You're mostly just playing this as like a cheap removal spell. And then, of course, if your opponent's like at 4 life, you can sack something to finish them off. Or if your opponent had 2 evasive creatures, if they had like 2 flyers, then maybe you'd want to sack something to kill both of them. Overall, though, I think this card's like just fine. Cheap little piddly burn. Mayhem Patrol, 1 in a red, creature devil warrior, menace. Whenever it attacks, target creature gets +0/+0, 1/+0 until end of turn. And then you can blitz it. That card's kind of sweet. Any 2-drop that you can cycle in the late game is kind of awesome. Because it's going to help you curve out, right? If you're got that nice aggressive curve. And then when you top deck it, you can get immediate value out of it and draw another card, draw something, draw into your bombs, you know, unlimited. The more of these blitz cards you play in limited, the more you're going to see like your best cards. I don't think it's costed for constructed, so we don't need to talk about it for that. Plasma Jockey, 3 in a red, creature Vishnu Warrior. Whenever it attacks, target creature an opponent controls cannot block this turn. And it's got blitz for 2 in a red. So it's possible that it just got damaged by Goblin Heel Cutter, but this card's nutty, right? Yeah, I think Plasma Jockey's really good. Both to like just run out into blitz out. Play 1, blitz the other. Almost good enough for constructed. Almost. Heel Cutter was kind of like that too. Really wasn't crazy to see like a copy show up in some red aggro deck, but not much more than that. You think it's worse than Heel Cutter? Well, it's definitely worse than Heel Cutter, but Heel Cutter was like the best fucking card ever. So a card can be worse than Heel Cutter and still be quite good. And I think that's the realm that Plasma Jockey is in. Remember, what was that fucking white card? It was like 3 mana for a 2/3 Hammer Skull. Hammer Skull was a 3 mana 2/3 that was like literally just when it attacks, it like taps an opposing creature. Very similar stuff, but didn't have the blitz ability. Also very nutty. I'm saying Plasma Jockey is in like the same category as these other cards. So even if it's not as good as Hammer Skull or whatever the fuck, or that other card I mentioned that I've already forgotten the name of, even though it's not necessarily going to be as good as those cards, I think this card is still going to be great. You can still play like 3 or 4 of them in your deck due to the blitz ability. Gonna murder a lot of folks. Don't underrate it. On crop? Yeah, on crop's a little bit better. Little bit more on the constructed side of things than Heel Cutter or Jockey. Just is from like costs. It's just like costed for constructed. Anyway, Professional Facebreaker, 2 in a red, creature human warrior, menace, 2/3. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Sacrifice a treasure, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Okay, so you're only generating 1 treasure per turn, but it's still pretty good. And then you can sack treasure to like just play cards off the top of your library. That ability is probably really good in this format, both the standard format and the limited format. It's probably just good. The stats, 3 mana for a 2/3 menace, is not something you can really consider for older formats. But I do think this card is going to be good in the other formats that I mentioned. Yeah, turning treasures into impulse draw, I do think is insane. I think that's correct, Ziphos. I think that's a really good ability. First strike could mean that you get 2 treasures. Oh, that's a good point. There's some first strike in this limited format too. Cool. Pugnacious Pugilist, 3 red, ogre warrior. When it attacks, create a tapped and attacking 1 red devil creature token. When this creature dies, deals 1 damage to any target. And blitzes for 4. Yeah, I think pretty much all of these blitz cards are kind of interesting. Just be able to like cycle them for damage and value and yeah, good stuff. I don't think this one's like a first pick or anything like that, but it also doesn't seem like a card I mind having in my deck. Like the 4th through 7th range, depending on how many 5s you already have, that sort of deal. Fire Sledge Arsonist, 2 in a red for a Vishnu Shaman. 1 tap, deals X damage to any target where X is the number of permanents you've sacrificed this turn. It's a 2/2. Interesting. So 3 mana for a 2/2 is not good in constructed or limited. The ability is not priced for constructed. So you would have to have like a very specific, this would have to be a payoff for a very specific limited deck that's doing a lot of sacrifice things. It is X damage to any target. So I guess if you manage to sacrifice a couple of things, then you get to, you know, shock a creature, get some value that way. You kind of have to be doing it like fairly consistently though, huh? Sack 3 treasures, deal 3 to something, sure. Yeah, maybe if you have like a lot of treasure going on, then this card becomes interesting. And I guess, yeah. Blood can add up in constructed, but that seems like more of a meme thing, 3 mana for a 2/2 is still not a constructed body. Yeah, I guess if you have a lot of treasure production, then this card starts to look pretty good. Maybe not even crazy to kill something larger. Food tokens also work with it. Yeah, anything you could sacrifice. Yeah, it doesn't sack itself, Gammer, but like, how much are you gonna get to like continue? Like once you've like blown your wad, so to speak, with sacrifice effects, then you kind of have to like rebuild. Greater Gargadon, sack your board. Float a mana, sack your board. Hit him with the Arsonist. Is it too bad with Cat Oven? You're talking about for like Historic? The issue with this card in Historic is that you're spending, again, 3 mana on a 2/2 that needs to then untap. The cool thing about Mayhem Devil is that it doesn't care about Summoning Sickness, right? You got 3 mana for a 3/3, and then you don't have to untap with it. It can just like do something the turn that it comes down. This one you need to wait an entire turn, and you need your opponent to not deal with your 3 mana 2/2. That's just like a very unlikely thing to have happen for a card that you're like using as your payoff for your engine, right? As your payoff win card. So I would not play this alongside Cat or anything like that. I think you're getting a little too cute. Playing something a little too slow. The cool thing about the cat combo is that you don't care about removal that much. This card, like, certainly cares about removal, right? Alright, ready to rumble. 4 and a red. Sorcery, choose 1. Deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Or you can destroy an artifact. Okay. It's fine. 5 mana for a removal spell is, like, not exciting, but sometimes you gotta run it just to have removal. Riveteer's Initiate, 1 and a red. Vishnu Citizen. It's a 2/2, and you can give it Death Touch until end of turn by paying 1 and a hybrid black or green. Card's kind of okay, huh? Not that exciting. Certainly bad if you can't activate it. Riveteer's Requisitioner, 1 and a red. Creature Vishnu Rogue. When it dies, you get a treasure token, and then you can blitz it. It's a 3/1. This card seems kind of good, huh? 3 mana, cycle it. Deal 3 damage, make a treasure. Or does 2 mana for a 3/1. Probably not constructed playable, but it's like close, right? Rob the Archives, 1 in red sorcery, casualty 1. Exile the top 2 cards of your library, you may play those cards this turn. This card seems really good, right? Like, we got the version of this without casualty 1, and that card was, like, really good and limited. And, like, interesting for constructed. Like, I even played it in, like, modern a little bit. And this is the same card, but with casualty 1 stapled to it. Am I missing anything? Oh, it's this turn, not just this turn and next turn. I see. That's the downside that I was missing. You're right, chat. This turn is a lot worse. Thanks for pointing that out. That's kind of why I like doing this way. Going through the set with chat makes it a lot harder to misread something. Pretty useful. Okay, so not as bonkers as I was thinking. Is this still good? Yeah. It makes this way more of like a late game card, huh? If you can play the cards, that's still amazing. Like 2 mana, draw 4 cards. You have to play those cards this turn. You'd almost need to have like 5-ish mana in play already, and play a land in a 4-drop or something. And then it gets better the later you're in the game after that. Sizzling Soloist. 3 in red, creature human citizen. Master Mike asks, with young Pyromancer and Casualty 1, you can make the token then sack it? No. Casualty 1 is as you cast this spell. So I think the creature has to be in play already. You can't play this, get a token from a Monastery Mentor or a young Pyromancer, and then sack the token. I also love the art for Sizzling Soloist. My favorite part about the art, like, we can critique like the hand positions and stuff. We don't, but we don't need to. My favorite part about the art is how the heat coming from the trombone, the waves of music, it's like really pretty, and you can see like the focused determination. Trombone Shorty would be proud. Alright, 3 in a red. Creature human citizen. 3/2 alliance. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, target creature an opponent controls can't block this turn. This is the second time this ability is resolved this turn. That creature attacks during its controller's next combat phase, if able. Interesting. This card's good, right? Not constructed good. But I think you're like really happy to play this in limited. Like potentially first pickable. Sticky Fingers, 1 red enchantment aura. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has menace, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. And when enchanted creature dies, draw a card. So I'm usually not keen on auras, because it like means you get 2 for 1 if the opponent answers the creature, right? But this has a lot of things going on. Menace isn't as good as like giving something flying or just straight unblockable or anything like that, but it's not irrelevant either. Especially when you're attacking with a lot of different things. Getting the treasure token is kind of nice. It means that you don't feel bad throwing this on in like an early game piddler. Even if you're only getting like a hit or 2 in. It's still replacing itself mana-wise, which is awesome. And then the whenever enchanted creature dies, draw a card clause. Means that you could throw this on something that you're blitzing and just like cycle a couple cards. Interesting stuff. Yeah, we're putting this on the double striking connive creature, exactly. Turns out the double striker is just the best card in the set. Throw this on Ragavan, make 2 treasures. Ooh. Alright, Strangle, 1 red sorcery. Deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. That's not bad. This is a limited removal spell that you could play in a format like Standard if you just wanted something cheap. Structural Assault, 3 red sorcery. Destroy all artifacts, and Structural Assault deals damage to each creature. Equal to the number of artifacts that were put into graveyards from the battlefield this turn. Huh. So this seems like a sideboard card for Constructed. Seems real wonky and limited. Creating a bunch of treasure to like control, to like make sure that you get a sweeper could work fine, but then like now you've got a really wonky sweeper, right? Now you're blowing up all your own treasure, which could work out okay. In limited, if you just like have a bunch of the, like you could cast like a couple of big score, and now you've got like 4 treasure in play. And then it's like not that big of a deal that you're blowing up those treasure because you got those treasure incidentally. You didn't like invest cards into them. All the artifacts have to be put in the graveyard, so treasure doesn't work. I thought tokens hit the graveyard, they just like, it blipped out immediately. Treasure does work? Okay, I thought so. Pay for this with treasure? Oh, interesting. Yeah, you don't have to let this destroy it. You can like literally sack your treasure to pay for it. Because it's just that we're put into the graveyard from the battlefield this turn, not put in the graveyard from this effect. Yeah, that makes that a lot better, actually. And you're also blowing up all your opponent's fucking treasure and shit. I mean, this card's good. It's a little bit more build-around-y than the average sweeper, but maybe that's fine. They sack before it resolves, so what? That doesn't mean that they can use the mana on your turn. It's a sorcery. You're playing this on your turn. Still lose this shit. Hey Shanks 200, thanks for the 29 months there. Glad you enjoyed the stream. I guess it kind of matters because you can't rely on the opponent's treasure to juice up your structured assault in terms of like killing their creatures. Still gets rid of the treasure though. And the other equipment and shit lying around. Oh, you still get the same damage whether they sack or not, right? Because it's put into the graveyards from the battlefield again. You don't have to destroy the treasure. If they were just like put in the graveyard from the battlefield, it's still gonna count. Okay, okay. Ignore that last comment I made. Read a card correctly, reread it incorrectly, read it correctly again. Ah, spoiler season. Torch Breath, X and a red, instant. The spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a blue permanent. The spell can't be countered. Deals X damage to target creature, planeswalker. Interesting. Yeah, so not a bad removal spell. It's not like terrible to play, even if you don't know that your opponent's gonna be playing blue cards. I don't think this one's great for constructed. Like some of them seem like almost interesting sideboard cards. I don't know if this one is, I think you want your anti-blue sideboard card to either counter their card or be able to deal damage to them. This only hits creatures and planeswalkers. So this is like specifically good against blue tempo, but then you're like, what, you have an uncounterable shock? Is blue tempo even in standard? That sort of thing, right? Kill Delver for 1 mana. Okay. You know what else kills Delver for 1 mana? A lot of way more versatile cards. How much mana does this need to kill a fucking Murktide? That's what I care about. Because Reb can kill a fucking Murktide. You would need like 6 mana to kill a 7/7 Murktide total. Does get around Ward. Yeah, that's valid. Temur Rec? I would not play this in Temur Rec, no. Or any deck. I would not play this in any deck. I think this is a limited card only. If this could go face, I think it would be a great sideboard card. That'd be very different. Alright, Unlucky Witness. 1 red, 1/1, creature, human citizen. When it dies, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Till your next end step, you may play one of those cards. Oh, this is an awesome one, huh? Speaking of 1/1 value dorks, though you don't mind sacrificing to the casualty ability, this one seems pretty choice. I can see why it's an uncommon. Unlucky Witness is constructed playable. I will play this in constructed. And not just like standard formats either. That is some good sacrifice fodder. Put this shit in your cubes too. This card seems awesome.
Oh shit, what up?
If your cube has a sack theme, card seems great. 8 damage cap, thanks to the sub, thanks to the 30 months. Yeah, very high tier sacrifice fodder. That's kind of what I was thinking, Gammering. Just like one more thing to sack to Cabal Therapy. I fucking love sacrificing things to Cabal Therapy. I think that's one of the reasons that I've been like really excited about pre-modern. I fucking love sacrificing things to Cabal Therapy. And you can do this. You can do that so much in pre-modern. Anyway, yeah, I love this card, Unlucky Witness. Perhaps my favorite card of the set so far. I'm excited about a few cards too. Urbrask, Heretic Praetor. 3 red for a 4/4 haste. At the end of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. Hell yeah. And then at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, the next time they would draw a card, said they exile the top card of their library, they may play it this turn. So the ability replaces the opponent's like normal draw step, and then they have to play the card from exile. Does this work with that 2-mana 1/3 where players can't play cards from exile or something? That white card? I think it's like 1 and a white for a 1/3. Just like lock them out of their draw step. Yeah, Uba Mask basically. Five mana is kind of a lot. The other Arabrask was like quite good, but the other Arabrask like impacted the board a lot, giving everything haste and removing their blockers. This does get to draw 2 per turn, and it does like prevent the opponent from drawing counter spells. Does this break timing rules? Why would this break timing rules? It is something unusual for red, for sure. I just don't think it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be a constructed card. It's possible I've been spoiled by like a long run of like awesome dragons. It's possible that I'm underrating one of the abilities. But you're certainly not getting immediate value, right? It needs to live for a little bit. If your 5-mana 4/4 haster is living, well, I don't know. Oh, definitely a limited bomb, yeah. Yeah, right. No Goldspan, and Goldspan's like not even that good of a haste dragon, right? In comparison to Thundermaw. You think Arabrask sucks? I wouldn't go that far. You are drawing 2 per turn off of it. It's a really cool design space. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with that. Yeah, I'd be a lot more excited about this card if it had flying. Which wouldn't really fit with Arabrask, but even if it just had like Menace or something, be a little bit more exciting as like a red haster. A 5-mana 4/4 hasty ground pounder is just not going to be able to connect a little too often, I think, for constructed play. Whereas in limited, you like don't care if your 5-drop can smack them immediately because you're gonna be drawing 2 per turn. That's just gonna win by itself. Widespread Thieving, 2 red enchantment, hideaway 5. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, create a treasure token, then you may pay 1 of each color. If you do, you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost. Wow. This card reminds me of a Fist of the Suns. But you're getting value. You're getting that hideaway value. And the passive treasure production. Great mono red card. Well, I mean, you could play this in mono red, right? You just need to have a bunch of hybrid shit. Make sure you get the cast trigger. Seems good in the set. Widespread Thieving. It does seem good in the set, yeah. I'm going for the multicolor set. So far, the white one is still the one that excites me the most. The one that I think people are underestimating. But, I mean, this card can cast an Emrakul. So I don't know. And it doesn't seem as impossible as the blue one. The blue one just like drawing you an extra every turn is pretty good though. Yeah, widespread thieving, kind of similar to the black one. You might just want to play it in a deck that cares about its passive effect. Like a multicolored deck that just like wants to passively generate treasure for mana fixing and stuff might really want widespread thieving. And then you can play like some bomb for free sometimes. Witty Roastmaster, 2 and a red, Devil Citizen, Alliance. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. 3/2. This card's fine, right? Filler, a little bit of reach, whatever. Wrecking Crew, 4 and a red, creature human warrior, reach trample, 4/5. Yeah, this card's not bad. It's not bad for a 5-drop. There's no built-in value, but like, red doesn't have a lot of easy ways of dealing with flyers. The 4/5 reach is pretty good, and like trample's good on the 4/5 body. So it's filler, but it's like, it's not bad filler in your aggro top end. And that's it. That's it for red. Moving on to the green. I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. Gonna go, once again, refill my water. We'll come back and do the green cards. See you all soon. Right. On to the green cards. How's everyone doing? Hope folks are having a good evening. I've been enjoying this. A lot of interesting cards and interactions. These set reviews got a lot easier to do after I realized I should be just taking a break after every color. Rest the voice, make sure I get all my fluids. It's a lot of talking. Speaking of which, attended Socialite, 1 in the green, creature elf druid. Alliance, whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control. Socialite gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It's a 2/1. So this card, like most Goblin Pikers, is kind of fine. Kind of sucks, kind of fine. The Alliance means if you're curving out with aggro, it's going to get a lot better. Like, you don't want to play this as an early drop in a big mana deck or a control deck or a slow deck or whatever to buy time, just because it's not going to be blocking very well. Sometimes you have to play a Goblin Piker just to like have something on turn 2 and trade off or whatever. But like this into the red, 3 mana, 2/1 that makes a 1/1. Something you're attacking for 4 on turn 3. It's not bad. If you're just like attacking with a 3/2, that's fine, right? So it goes from being a meh card to a totally fine card. Bootlegger's Stash, 5 and a green, artifact. Lands you control have tap, create a treasure token. This is the most EDH fucking card that ever EDH, Tom. Yeah, that's about all that needs to be said about that. Yet another way to go infinite with Time Sieve. Bouncer's Beatdown, 2 and a green instant. The spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a black permanent. Beatdown deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, whereas X is the greatest power among creatures you control. If that creature or planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead. Yeah, this is yet another card that I think seems totally fine and limited, but is probably not going to be quite good enough to be like a sideboard card and constructed. Broken Wings, 2 and a green, reprint. Instant that destroys an artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Yeah, totally reasonable. Usually you can main deck Broken Wings in limited, just because it's hitting like enough things. It's probably the same for this format too. Cabaretti Initiate, 1 green for a Raccoon Citizen. Amazing. Amazing. I would not want to fuck with this Raccoon. 1 mana for 1/2, and then 2 for 2 and hybrid red-white. It gains double strike until end of turn. It's so wonky and weird. Why wouldn't they make the Raccoon Citizen good? You love the art? Yeah, the art's gas. Just a lot of work to make your 1/2 have double strike. Yeah, Wizards hates Raccoons confirmed. Should have been a 2-1. It's a 2-1. It starts to get real interesting, huh? Maybe it was a 2-mana 2-1. Anyway, most of the commons that have had the hybrid ability haven't been like knockout amazing or anything, but usually they have reasonable abilities for limited. Like the one flyer gets lifelink, or the black creature gets death touch. It's a fine limited ability. Double strike on a 1/2 just isn't that sexy. Caldea Strongarm, 4 and a green for a 2/3 creature human warrior. When it enters the battlefield, put 2/1/1 counters on target creature, and then it's got Blitz for 3 and a green. I kind of like this card. Obviously, it can just juice itself up to be a 4/5, but you can blitz it out as a 2/3 and like pump something else, draw a card. I like the versatility. I like the different options. Card's better than it looks. Capenna Express, 3 and a green for an artifact vehicle. Sacrifice a treasure, becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. It's a 6/6 with crew 3. Yeah, so if you have a lot of treasure production, this could just be like a 4-mana 6/6 basically. Fine-ish limited card. Not a first pick or anything like that. Civic Gardener, 1 and a green, creature human citizen. Whenever it attacks, untap target creature or land. That's a 2/2. Huh. So we can give itself or some other creature vigilance. Or you can activate a ability or play something pre-combat and then untap a land and use that land in the second main phase. I think this card's okay. It's not like nutty. Got like a little bit of versatility, but just a little bit. If you really need to use this for a mana, it's possible you might have to sacrifice it. Like suicide it into a 2/3 or whatever. Oh yeah, if a lane comes into play tapped, you want to untap it immediately. Goes infinite with Karn and Time Vault. Great. Great. What a useful interaction. That'll come up very often. Alright, Cleanup Crew. 4 green green. Creature human citizen. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Destroy an artifact, an enchantment, exile a card in the graveyard, or you gain 4 life. This is a 6/6. This is a very good 6-mana 6/6. Those are those are some nice options. Love it. This is a 6/6 that you can take like kind of aggressively, I think, in limited. Hell of a card for a Peasant Cube, too. Courier's Briefcase, 1 and a green, artifact treasure. In this battlefield, get a 1/1 green and white citizen creature token. You can tap, sacrifice the briefcase to have 1 mana of any color. Or if you have 5 mana, you can sack the briefcase and draw 3 cards. 1 of each color there. Huh. So we sort of had something similar to this card. I mean, we've had 2 mana 1/1s that spit out a treasure before, which is kind of what you're getting. And that's kind of just fine, right? That's kind of just okay. Wily Goblin or the human that gains life for creatures coming to play on your side of the board. The life gain on that human's like kind of a big part of it though, huh? The upside of this card is that you can also sack it to draw 3 cards. which I guess is good, but it's not an upside that's going to be there for every deck. Is 7 mana 1/1 plus draw 3 good? It could be. Like, because you're not spending the mana all at once, right? So if you mostly want this as like an early play, draw to value citizen to sacrifice to your sacrifice things. And then late game, you still have this like treasure sitting around that can cash in draw cards. That's the spot where this card could shine. But yeah, it doesn't excite me as much as the white one for sure. Elegant Entourage, 3 green, creature elf druid. 4/4. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gets +1/+1 against trample until end of turn. Has to target a creature other than Elegant Entourage. Get +1/+1 trample until end of turn. Yeah, this card's kind of sweet, huh? Obviously not costed for constructed, but I think very good and limited. Maybe not very good, but good for sure. Gonna be a rare deck where 4 mana 4/4 with a good ability doesn't make the cut, right? Evolving Door, 2 and a green artifact. 1, tap, sacrifice a creature. Count the colors of the sacrificed creature. Count them! Then search your library for a creature card that's exactly that many colors +1. Exile the card, then shuffle. You may cast the exiled card. Activate only as a sorcery. So you sacrifice a monocolor card, and then you can go tutor up a 2-color card, or sack a 2-color card, go get a 3-color card, etc. And you still have to pay the casting cost of the exiled card, correct? Yeah. Yeah. Let's move along then. They're not gonna let you sack a Mem Knight to cheat into Grizzlebrand. Well, why not, Roscoe? Why not? Also, they could have put some other restriction on it, right? So that wouldn't happen. Remove the pay 1, it's not the worst thing ever. It gets a lot better without the pay 1, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why there's green on the activation, or why there's 1 on the activation there. Since you already have to cast the card. Fight Rigging, 2 and a green. Yeah, someone earlier said they let fucking rhinos box in this format. When we were covering the underdog, who's just like a human, like a muscular looking human. How's that the underdog? Well, when you're boxing a fucking rhino. 2 and a green enchantment, hideaway 5. Exciting. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Then if you control a creature with power 7 or greater, you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost. This card's really good, right? Like the black and the red one are both kind of like, and like the blue one's drawing you 2 per turn, but like you're almost never gonna like trigger the hideaway. This one seems like a nice marriage between like an actively good ability and then also a hideaway trigger that's not fucking impossible. I think I agree with that assessment, that this and the white one are the good ones. And this one costing 3 means that it's like probably better than the white one, even though the white one's really powerful. You're right, Rotting Registrar just fucking triggers it. You do have to have your creature stick around. Maybe this into like hexproof stuff. Play this on 3, play like a Thrun on 4 or something. Or I guess the 6 mana worm starts as like a 6/4 trampler, right? With hexproof. It's not a worm, but anyway. Yeah, kind of interesting. One cool thing about fight rigging is that the abilities, the claws and the abilities kind of work with the hideaway land too. For a little bit, people were playing Prime Time to go get Mosswort Bridge and put an Emrakul under there. Kind of fun. The 6/4 Ogre triggers right away. Yeah. Anyway, exciting stuff. For the family. The art on this kind of reminds me of Monstrous, if any of y'all have read Monstrous. I've been raving about that graphic novel series for a bit. It's got some really fun world building. Also, child mutilations. really fun fantasy setting with interesting systems for magic and politics and intrigue, but it's also very dark. It's set in like a very brutal war going on. So I wouldn't recommend it for everybody. But yeah, I would recommend it for most folks that were enjoying Game of Thrones and the like. Get some of the darkness of Game of Thrones, mix it with like the fun of Redwall, and then make the world building like better than either of those series. Anyway, for the family, let's get back to Magic. 1 green instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control 4 or more creatures, that creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn instead. Okay, kind of reminds me of the just simple 1 green. Target creature gets +X/+X, where that's the number of creatures you control. But the floor is a little higher, and the ceiling's a lot lower. Overall, probably better. Probably better than that card. 1 mana for +2/+2 if you only have a single creature. Comes up a decent amount in limited. Yeah, Might of the Masses is what I was thinking about. Alright, Freelance Muscle, 4 and a green, creature Rhino Warrior. Whenever it attacks or blocks, it gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest power and or toughness among other creatures you control. So for a green 5-drop, it's not blocking that well. Like 5 mana for a 4/4 base is not huge for green. The and/or here is weird. It gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest power and or toughness among other creatures you control. Like the and, like I'm not sure if it's and, if and means and, where you're like adding the power and the toughness together, then why would you ever or, right? Why make it and or? It just means the biggest one. That's dumb. I think if it just said or, it'd be a lot less confusing. And they should care less about whether it's like grammatically correct. If they're both like, if it's like 3 or whatever. Yeah, I think this is probably a pretty good raid. Someone in chat said it's like probably gonna be at least a 7/7 attacking or blocking. That's probably accurate. Probably just a good card. Need to give it trample somehow, huh? Yeah, I didn't see the ore blocks at first either. But yeah, that means that it's going to attack and defend pretty well. The 4/4 from earlier gives trample. Ooh, 9/9 trampler. Just those two cards. One curves into the other two. How do two of them interact? Well, you get two different triggers, and you would choose which one resolves first. So if your only two creatures are two freelance muscles, the first one to resolve would be an 8/8, and the other one would be a 12/12, right? It is never an 8/8 solo. It will always be a 4/4 solo. It says other creatures you control. Gallic Greeter is 1 in the green, creature elf druid. Chat reads cards. Yeah, but I mean, it's a new set, right? Very easy to misread things. It's like one of the reasons we're doing this. Gallic Greeter is 1 in the green, creature elf druid. Alliance, whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Put a 1/1 counter on the greeters. Get a tapped treasure token, or you gain 2 life. This card kind of rules, huh? Like, those are 3 useful abilities. This is a card that's like costed for constructed, but I'm not sure that it's gonna see constructed play, if that makes sense. Gotta find a home, right? Hey, Physics thinks the sub, the tier 3, the $25, the 34 months. Physics says, chat can't read, as we all know, so thank you for helping us understand the new cards. Well, chat's also helping me too, Physics. The two-way street here. The tap treasure clause. I don't think the treasure needs to be tapped. Even if you're talking about like eternal elf decks, because that can only trigger once per turn. You know what I mean? Like, I think if the treasure was untapped, it wouldn't be broken. Having 3 mana, playing this, and then playing a 1-drop for free would be fine. It doesn't say during your turn only. That's fine. It's kind of difficult for creatures to enter the battlefield on the opponent's turn, right? It looks fun. It definitely looks like a fun card, yeah. And some nice options. The life gain's gonna matter in some matchups. The 1/1 counters are gonna matter in some matchups. The treasure tokens are gonna matter in some matchups. It's just a matter of like, is this actually good enough? Prevents broken ramp, but if it wouldn't be broken even if the treasure was untapped. You can only trigger that once per turn. there's no way for it to be broken. It's bounce with symbiote to reset it. What, for treasure production? But then you're spending 2 mana for a 1/1, and then you need to play another creature to make the treasure. That's still not good. Cute with Dried Arbor Fetch. That is kind of cute. Having multiples in play would be strong. Oh, that's legit, yeah. That's a good point. Card is probably sweet in multiples. Oh no, you guys got robot voice, Caleb?
Oh shit.
God, that fucking sucks. Hey, Green Magikarp, thanks for the sub, thanks for 59 months. So the issue with the robot voice, Caleb, is sometimes when it shows up, it then shows up more and more, and then I have to like restart the stream or turn the stream off. So I get kind of like a feeling of dread, even though it's like kind of funny or sweet the first time it happens. Like, it might mean that the stream is just like over in the near future, which would suck. But I would just be able to finish the rest of this tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for the 41 months there, Guy in the Scald. I do appreciate it. Fingers crossed for a one-off. Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, that doesn't matter though, leader. YouTube isn't like causing the audio glitches or whatever. It was just the coincidence of the timing. Anyway. Glittermonger, 3 and a green, 1/4, creature elf rogue. Taps to create a treasure token. Oh, it's kind of nutty, huh? That's like way better than tapping to just tap for a mana. You're also producing artifacts, or you're like storing the mana for future turns. Obviously it's a 4-drop, so like a 4-drop mana dork can only be so good, but it seems like a very good one, especially in a multicolored format. Yeah, I think this card's great. It's got like a useful body too, right? Good blocker immediately. And you can use it as a blocker on the opponent's turn, and then still tap for ramp on their turn. High Rise Sawjack, 2 and a green, Elf Citizen Reach. When it blocks a creature with flying, it's +2/+0 until end of turn. It's 2/3. Yeah, don't underestimate Glittermonger. So we've had spiders like this before. I think this is like literally a reprint of a spider, but now it says elf on it. That card was always fine. And this card will probably be fine too. Pretty sick art though. Jewel Thief, 2 and a green for a cat rogue. Vigilance Trample. When it enters the battlefield, get a treasure. It's a 3/3. It's a lot of fucking abilities for a 3-mana 3/3. Love it. Scoop it up. Throw it in your deck. Luxurious Libation. X and a green instant. Target creature gets a +X/+X until end of turn. Create a 1/1 green and white citizen creature token. Weird. So the reason they would throw a random ass 1/1 token production on this instant speed pump is because there's a lot of cards that have the alliance ability, and so this isn't just like a random pump spell, it's also triggering alliance, which is kind of nice. Not a first pick or anything, but it's going to kill some people. Most Wanted, 2 and a green, enchantment aura, flash, enchant creature, gets +2/+1. When it dies, create 2 treasure. This card kind of sucks, even with flash. Prize fight. Is that a raccoon fighting a rhino? I love this. Who was saying the art in this set was medium? Who was saying that? Fuck that person. This is amazing. 1 and a green instant. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control, and then you create a treasure. Sweet. Regular, limited, fight fodder. So the best removal spells of this variety don't even fight. They just say, like, your creature is powered, deals its damage equal to its power to, like, another target creature or something like that. And then the worst ones of this variety are sorcery speed, and then it's, like, easier to get blown out. The instant speed means that you get to like blow out the opponent's combat tricks or the removal spells or what have you, and you're also making a treasure token, so that's a nice little 1-mana rebate. You love the shading on the rhino? Me too, yeah. And the background's not highly detailed, but I feel like a lot going on in the background would like detract from the action that's happening. And the texture actually like plays really nice. The lighting and all that. Yeah, that is fucking sweet. Rock's Pummeler, 5 and a green, creature Rhino Soldier. In his battlefield with a shield counter on it. If it would be dealt damage or destroyed, remove the shield counter from it instead. Rock's Pummeler has trample as long as it has a shield counter on it. It's 6/3. Interesting. Yeah, so I think this card is filler, but it doesn't seem like terrible filler, huh? Even has trample the first time you attack with it. Probably gonna get a little bit of value, One's probably gonna have to block it twice. Riveter's Decoy, 1 in the green, creature human warrior. Must be blocked available. Blitz 3 in a green, it's a 3/1. Yeah, most of these uncommon Blitz cards seem like they're priced to be like almost good enough for constructed, but aren't quite there. But they all seem pretty saucy for limited, and this is another one of those. You remember the must be blocked available was on creatures with like way worse stats. This is kind of good. Like sometimes this is gonna be 4 mana removal spell plus draw a card, and then you can also just curve out with it. The art for Social Climber kind of reminds me of the art from that Faithless Looting card. Who's the artist for that? And that Harmonize? It is the same artist. Okay, that's what I was gonna go check real quick. Sweet. I think this one's pretty good. The art piece. I like the perspective with the art coming up with the hand being like super far in the foreground. And there's an interesting expression on the person's face. Hands are doing interesting things. A nice like bunch of different textures going on in the background. And then the bling. This shiny bling from the diamond. Also plays well with those textures. Anyway, 2 in green, creature human druid alliance. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life, and it's a 3/2. Sure. So this is kind of the inverse of the red one that does the same thing, right? The red one like deals the opponent to damage with alliance. This one gains life. Filler, but you know, not the worst. Take to the Streets, 4 in a green, sorcery. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of a turn. Citizens you control get an additional +1/+1 and gain vigilance. Nice. Citizen fucking tribal, let's go. Yeah, there's a lot of citizens or citizen creators in this format. And this is still buffing your non-citizens, so not the worst. Not the worst at all. It is 5 mana, of course. Titan of Industry. Oh, I remember this one. People were talking about it as another card that people are going to stuff into Amulet. 4 green, green, green. Creature elemental, reach trample, 7/7. When it enters the battlefield, choose 2 between destroyed artifact or enchantment. Target player gains 5 life. Create a 4/4 rhino creature token. Or put a shield counter on a creature you control. So I don't think this card is nearly as good as the 7-drop where you put a land into play and draw a card and just repeat. So I think people are going to try this Amulet and realize it's not good enough. But I guess it's more of a bullet, like you could tutor for this with Pact as like a one-of. You could even like use it as a sideboard card like people do with Horny Queen sometimes. And that'd be fine. There's a lot of versatility in these abilities. Correct. You do want your disenchant to be castable through a Blood Moon. But this thing has other things going on. Besides just that. Life gain and extra bodies and shield counters and stuff. In general, I agree. I don't think it's gonna stick. I don't think it's gonna stick in Modern. Seems like a sweet standard beater though, and obviously a limited bomb. Yorion Industry. Get any Yorion deck. Topiary Stomper, 1 green, plant dinosaur. Okay, now this art is incredible. People like running in terror from this vegetation. Vigilance, 4/4. 3-mana 4/4 Vigilance, that's already awesome. When enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land card, put it in the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Okay, this last ability is gonna be really bad, isn't it? There's been a lot of cards in this set to get me all hyped up. And then the last ability is like, and it's terrible. Let's see what it says. Can't attack or block unless you control 7 more lands. That kind of reminds me of the 3-mana 5/5. I think it might have also been a dinosaur, where you could play an extra land, but then it couldn't attack or block until you had 10 permanents. 7 lands seems roughly as difficult as 10 permanents. I guess the cool thing about this is it is just like a ramp spell in and of itself, right? If you're in the business of if you're on the lookout for a 3-mana ramp spell, then you're like gonna get a 4/4 attached that you then don't even have to spend mana for. It just becomes a 4/4 at some point. Crew's kind of real. Yeah, Crew's sort of real. Ramp spell that triggers Alliance. Sure. Or you could sack it. You could sack it. Yeah, there's some sacrifice a creature with 3 power or more. Blink it. Sure. It is basic land. Still a little awkward in your like 3 or 4 color decks because it takes double green instead of single green, but you know. More stuff for Yorion. I don't think this is going to see any play in any Yorion formats. This seems like a standard card to me. I'm not sure why you would compare this card to Veteran Explorer or not. Not just Rampant Growth or the Giant. I think the Giant is probably the most fair comparison we've seen. I don't know why people are talking about Vivian. We're not even on Vivian yet. We're on Venom Connoisseur. 1 in the green, Human Druid. Alliance. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, Connoisseur gains Death Touch until end of turn. This is the second time this ability is resolved. All creatures you control Death Touch until end of turn. Interesting. Yeah, so instant speed token production could turn this into a really gnarly trick. Also, the fact that there's so many citizen producers too, as like the instant speed token production, means that there's gonna be like some 1/1s to give Death Touch to. Death Touch, obviously more exciting on a 1/1 because it's gonna trade up your opponent's 3/3s or whatever. A little bit more exciting on a 1/1 than on some like giant thing. But I mean, Death Touch trample's a real thing too. Yeah, card might be kind of real. Alright, Vivian on the hunt. Attacking into it's gonna feel miserable. Well, attacking into it's not gonna be as bad. Attack the Venom Connoisseur, because you need to make 2 tokens. And that's actually kind of difficult to do at instant speed in this format. I think for that reason. I think because Alliance is the thing. But making 1 token at instant speed is pretty reasonable. So you can play like a normal creature as a sorcery. Like play some 1 or 2 mana dork as a sorcery. And then go into your combat, serve with your shitters. And now your opponent doesn't know if they can actually block without getting blown out by instant speed death touch. It's kind of what I was thinking about with the Alliance ability there. Naya Charm, but you don't know what else. Yeah, we haven't gotten to there yet. Vivian on the hunt. So, according to me, Naya Charm doesn't exist yet. 4 green, legendary planeswalker Vivian. 4 loyalty. +2, you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, search your library for a creature card with mana value equal to 1+. Sacrifice a creature's mana value and put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. That's not terrible. So it's 6 mana. You start with 4 loyalty, and then if you go up to 6 loyalty, which is a decent amount of starting loyalty, you get a pod activation. Playing pod and activating pod cost 4 mana, but then you're also paying for Phyrexian mana there, right? You're paying 4 life to do that. This is like if you pay full for pod plus activate. And then you also have a planeswalker with 6 loyalty. So I don't think that's that bad. You could use your Topiary Stomper to ramp into the Vivian, and then play 6 mana Vivian, sack the Stomper, go get a 4-drop. +1, mill 5 cards, then put any number of creature cards milled this way into your hand. Yeah, that also kind of rules. Because when you're building your deck for the pod ability on Vivian to be good, it means you're going to be stuffing your deck full of creatures. So the +1 is, like, on average going to draw 2 or 3 cards, right? Isn't that, like, a good ability? And then the -1 just makes a 4/4. Yeah, so 6 mana is a lot of mana. But I think those are some good abilities. I think this card would be fucking busted at 5. And the 6 mana is appropriate. Does the +1 get around Rest in Peace? Huh? I don't think so, but I don't know. Too much mana for Yogg deck? Yeah, too much mana for Yogg, yeah. 6 is a lot. You can't, like, chord for it or anything. You think it does get around Rest in Peace since it doesn't say from the graveyard? Yeah, I don't think they're the same cards that got milled, though. I think they become different objects. Or actually, no, they wouldn't, right? Because they're not switching zones. They're just going to exile instead of going to the graveyard. Yeah, maybe the +1 does get around Rest in Peace. Fair enough. Same way Garuda works. Well, I haven't played Garuda into a Rest in Peace before, so it's not a useful. I guess now I know that Garuda works through Rest in Peace. Golgari Reanimate? Yeah, something. I think it definitely plays well with Ramp, and specifically Creature Ramp. It is kind of cute that it's in the same, like, 3-card line with the Stomper here. Voice of the Vermin, 3 and a green, creature human citizen. Voice of the Vermin enters the battlefield with shield counter on it. Whenever it attacks, target creature you control has base power and toughness 4/4 until end of turn. Yeah, this kind of reminds me of the blue one, where the shield counter on this is really just to, like, let it get an extra attack in. I think this card is one of the weaker creatures that comes to play with a shield counter in the entire set. Making it cost 4 is really awkward. The thing is, like, the creature that you're making get base power and toughness 4/4 until end of turn. You're in green, so you, like, rather than play a 4-mana 2/2 that could grow something, you could literally just play a fucking 4-mana 4/4. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's random citizens around, and it's nice to grow them. Pumps itself. So it blocks as a 2/2, but it could attack as a 4/4. I guess that's not that bad. I was a little thrown off because the blue one said other. It couldn't like give itself flying. I may have been underestimating it then. Playable in draft, yeah. Probably not like a fucking super early pick though, huh? Limited filler, yeah. Anyway, warm welcome to a green. Wherever that is, it looks fucking delicious. Instant, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them, put in your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Create a 1/1 green and white citizen token. So it's an instant that's triggering Alliance. That's kind of nice. We've been talking about like how hard it is to make creatures at instant speed. This does that. It impulses, but only for a creature. It's hard to get value sometimes. This is filtering and value in green. I don't think this is going to make the cut in the average deck, but I don't think it's an embarrassing card to play. And sometimes it's going to be quite good. Hey, thanks, Power Dragon. Thanks for the bits. My day has been going well. We've been churning through this set review. Getting all excited about the new cards. We finally just made it to Workshop Warchief. 3 green, creature Rhino Warrior, 5/3 trample. Enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. When it dies, you get a 4/4 green Rhino token. And you can blitz for 4 green. So this card kind of rules, huh? You can just like play 1 on 5, have a 5/3 trample, gain your 3 life. If they kill it, whatever, you got a 4/4. And then the next turn, you can just like blitz out another one and serve for 10 trample. And then you're gonna get to like gain life, get a 4/4 and draw a card from the Blitz copy. A little bit more aggressive than Thragtusk usually is. Part of Thragtusk was that you could blink it, right? That was part of the what the junk deck was doing, was blinking it with Resto. But Thragtusk was like quite a good card even when you weren't blinking it. Like the Jund deck didn't give a shit. The Jund deck was just like, yep, here's my value thing, gain some life. Can you beat this? Oh, you can't. And Workshop Warchief is probably better than Thragtusk would have been in that deck. So yeah, exciting stuff. Exciting stuff for all the Rhino lovers out there. What's the Warchief standing on? The anvil there. This is in a workshop. Trample seems good here. Trample seems amazing here, especially with the Blitz, Sweet. Cool stuff. Yeah, I take breaks in between each color. It's a lot of talking. When I come back, we're gonna get into the multicolored cards. And there are apparently quite a lot of them in this set. So it's gonna be especially important that I would get some more fluids and take my break here. Sweet. All 5 colors. Yeah, the last few set reviews I did were so wordy that I had already that I only got like the first 4 colors in and then the rest of it. I'm still feeling like there's a chance I get this whole set review done tonight, which would be awesome. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. Sweet. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's having a great evening. Yeah, this Rhino, huh? Workshop War Chief. Hell of a card. I'm really glad it's a regular rare and not a mythic. That would actually, like, kind of piss me off if they'd made it a mythic. Just gonna be like this obvious staple that a lot of decks want four of, you know? But yeah, card's sweet. Card's exciting. I'm looking forward to playing it. Probably just standard, but like borderline interesting and historic and pioneer and such. Even Heartstabber. Yeah, moving on to the gold cards now. Quite a lot of them in the set. Hopefully it doesn't kill me. Hopefully it doesn't kill my voice. Even Heartstabber. 1 blue, 1 black. Bird Assassin. I love this card already. 1/1 flyer. As long as there are 5 or more Vanda values among cards in your graveyard, it gets +2/+2 and has Death Touch. And then when it dies, you mill 2 cards and draw a card. Yeah, this card rules. I love it. So it's no Baleful Strix that like draws a card on entering play. Having it be a death trigger is certainly worse. But I do like that it scales. I do like that they play well together. Like 1 Heartstabber is gonna mill, draw you a card. Make the next Heartstabber more likely to be a 2-mana 3/3. Baleful Strix at home? Yeah, sort of. This is a card that plays better with self-mill strategies and like sacrifice synergies and stuff, right? Like think about the 1 mana 1/1 that when you sacrifice it, you like mill 3 or whatever. Kind of nice to get that value off of the Heartstabber death. So you're gonna want to play it in decks that care about that. Anyway, Black Market Tycoon. 1 red, 1 green, Cat Rogue. 2/2 at the beginning of your upkeep. Deals 2 damage to you for each treasure you control. Taps to make a treasure. Interesting. Bad Ice Fang. The Even Heartstabber? Yeah, so it's a bad version of this incredible card that sees play in Legacy. You're right. What a useful thing to point out. I think these treasure cards are just like worse Black Lotus. I don't know why anyone cares about them. Yeah, I saw someone talking about donating Black Market Tycoon in EDH because there's so much like rampant treasure production in EDH. But you can just sack them, right? You can just sack the treasures. So I don't know if that's a a useful thing to be doing. Hey, Pimpledorf, thanks for the 62 months. You want me to do an oral review of your sandwich when I'm doing the set? Pimpledorf. I'm sure you've got an awesome fucking sandwich there. That's my review. Put a pin in it. Give it lifelink. Ooh, and then keep your treasure. And then be life neutral. Why would you put a pin in a sandwich? That's actually pretty common, right? Like those toothpicks. Toothpick in your hamburger or whatever. Hope it doesn't one-shot you. The Tycoon? There's no way for it to one-shot you, right? You can just sack the treasure. Oh, there you go. Put a Stony Silence in play first, and then donate the Tycoon. Ooh. Now we're on to something. Now we're on to something. Is the Tycoon more or less likely to ramp you in a relevant way than the Gold Dog? Oh, way more likely. The Gold Dog is just like a one-turn thing, right? So you can bring you from like 1 to 3 or whatever. Or you can like attack for a couple turns. But it's literally just a Lotus Petal. It's just gonna like ramp you 1 turn. The Tycoon, by being able to tap, means that it can just like play as a normal mana dork. And a mana dork for any color. So you play it out on turn 2, and then turn 3 you tap, make a treasure token, sack it immediately, play your 4-drop. You don't actually care about the downside. It just keeps you from hoarding treasure. Which is fine, whatever. But if you just want a mana dork, this is a fine mana dork. The Queen Majesty coffee hot sauce, nice. I've been pretty happy with the Queen Majesty hot sauces that I've had. The first one I tried was the Scotch Bonnet, and that wasn't as hot as I would like, but it was still very flavorful and good. I still like ate all of it. Anyway. Back to Magic. I like hot sauces, sorry. Forgive me. Body Dropper. 1 black, 1 red. Creature double warrior. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, put a 1/1 counter on it. 1 in a red, sack another creature until end of turn, and it's a 2/2. Sure. I like that this is a common. So you can just like be here in your black-red deck. You're just gonna get it like fairly reliably and get multiples sometimes. And like actually like pop off with it. Because it is payoff, right? It's a payoff for a sacrifice deck. Ideally, you wouldn't be sacrificing creatures to the Body Dropper unless you care about the menace. But anyway, there's a ton of sack fodder in this format. So it makes it a little exciting. Brazen Upstart. Naya colors. Elf Shaman. When Upstart dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. 4/2. Yeah, this card's fine, right? Like a lot of the uncommons in the set, it's like almost interesting for constructed, but not quite there. Some good value there. I don't think Brazen Upstart is like a reason to be in Naya. But it's certainly good. It's certainly good if you're already there. You could take it early out of like a weak pack and like think about going Naya. But it's not like some bomb where it's like, oh shit, I'm Naya now. It's not like that. Just a solid card. Broker's Ascendancy, Bant Colors, Enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control and a loyalty counter on each planeswalker you control. Yeah, so this is good. This is like way better than an Anthem, right? Because it's triggering every turn. One thing about Glorious Anthem is that you can curve into it, right? You can go like 1-drop, 2-drop, Glorious Anthem, and like get an immediate attack in on that turn. But the fact that it's triggering every turn means that your creatures are just going to get like fucking huge. If your opponents don't answer this Ascendancy, it's just going to take over the game. They're not going to be able to attack into your things. You're going to be able to attack into their things. I'm not G-Ray. No. I do love me some Sealed, but I've traveled for a few tournaments recently. I didn't feel like putting together a team for this one. And I had some friends try and get me to play in a Milwaukee tournament next month, but I'm going to be traveling to Berlin, so real-life Magic events. I mean, taking a break for a bit. Probably not going to even think about any until the end of next month. Fancy? Berlin? I don't know anything about it. I don't know much about Berlin. I know it's a more international city than most, so I'll feel fine getting around, even though I don't know any German. I'm only gonna be there for like 4 days for a festival too. I'm going to Berlin for a music festival. There's a desert fest there, and they have desert fests everywhere. There's one here in the U.S., but the lineup in the U.S. is not as interesting to me. There's a few bands on the Berlin lineup that do not make it to the U.S. very often at all. I'm going to be seeing a whole lot of European bands that I'm a big fan of all at once. And the ticket prices weren't bad. I've never been to Germany before, so that's exciting to me. And it was like a $600 plane ride, round trip. I was like, okay, I can probably swing that. Anyway, back to the set review, back to the magic. I keep getting distracted. Yeah, Broker's Ascendancy. This is a draw to play Bant. This is a bomb, I think. This is going to be a very difficult card to beat once it gets rolling. Broker's Charm. Bant colors. Instant. Choose one. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn and deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. Not bad. Not a bad ability. More of a limited ability than constructed, but as an add-on to a card that has a few other abilities, it's like not a terrible thing to have for a constructed card either. And then the other options are destroy an enchantment or draw 2 cards. Yeah, this isn't bad. You got situational removal, enchantment destruction, or just like an instant speed divination. Not nutty. Again, like the Naya uncommon we just looked at, it's not like you don't open this and say like, oh shit, I gotta be Bant now. But it's certainly a good card. Cabaretti Ascendancy, Naya Colors Enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's a creature or planeswalker card, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it on the bottom of your library. So this card is just like much worse than the Bant one, right? Don't get me wrong, if this stays in play long enough, it'll eventually like generate enough value between the scrying and the drawing a few extra cards to take over the game. It is card draw in Naya, which is not something you get very often. It just seems slow, it just seems shitty. It kind of reminds me of that Domri card, right? There was a Domri that was like 1 green-red, and the uptick, you would look at the top card of your library. If it was a creature, you would put it in your hand. And if it was a non-creature, which would normally be a land, it would just like chill there. And that card was interesting because the ult was awesome. So you were ticking up towards something. Occasionally you would draw creatures, but you were mostly just like threading an ult. And that card. This card is not really building towards anything. It's just like drawing you a card occasionally. It has a little bit less of the feel bad. The worst part with the Domri was if you were flooding and you just like see more lands and it wouldn't do anything. It was just the worst feeling in the world. This one, if it's like a land and you're flooding, at least you can bottom it and like have a chance of drawing a live card. So it is better than Domri's uptick, but overall I'm not super impressed here. Cabaretti Charm. Naya Colors. Real interesting artwork, I think. Some interesting symbolism going on there. The weapons in front and the roses in back. I like the color gradient on the Naya symbol in the middle. Anyway, choose one. The charm deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker. So situational removal, kind of similar to the Bant charm. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. Or you can create 2 1/1 green and white citizen creature tokens. So this came up during the set review a lot. Everyone was pointing out. So a lot of the alliance cards, the alliance ability, a lot of them get like quite good if you're making 2 creatures that turn. and are kind of medium if you're making less than 2 creatures. And so having a card that spits out 2 creatures is actually like way better in this limited format than it would be in a normal limited format, which might make this charm like a really high pick actually in comparison to the other ones. As far as constructed play, I mean, it seems fine, right? Mini Anthem could make some dorks, could kill something. Might not be a 4 of. Having options is surprisingly good, yeah. Alright, Celestial Regulator. 1 white, blue, Creature Angel Advisor, flying 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, choose target creature you don't control, tap it. Control a creature with a counter on it. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. This is sweet. Like 3 mana for a 2/3 flyer that just like taps something would already be like a fine card. Being able to fog it for another turn potentially is nice. Giving standard Naya humans access to trample is really strong. Okay, sure. I've been like kind of off of standard, so a lot of my analysis is not reflecting like the current standard metagame. Just talking about cards in general. General power levels. Hey, AFK Sandwich, thanks for the 42 months. Ceremonial Groundbreaker. 1 green, white artifact equipment. Gives +2/+1 and has trample. Equips a citizen for 1, or you equip 3. +2/+1 and trample is pretty good. And your citizens are probably going to be 1/1s, so then you got a 3/2 trampler. It's kind of just okay, right? There's a few creatures that are really nice to give trample to. I mean, especially thinking about that Rhino that gets buffed for your other creatures in green. That uncommon thing. The Freelance Muscle, yeah. Probably pairs really well with this card, Citizen deck and standard. I don't think there's going to be a citizen deck and standard. I think it's just a limited mechanic. Yeah, I don't think this card is like something you should be drafting pretty aggressively, but I think it's going to be really good in decks where it's good. Like, you don't see the pack one, pick one shovel and go like, well, I'm drafting citizens now. I don't think it's that good, but anyway. Civil Servant, green, white, 2/3. Creature cat citizen. Whenever it attacks, you may tap another untapped citizen you control. If you do, it gains +1/+0 and gains lifelink until end of turn. Oh, that's not bad. 2 mana for a 2/3 that can become a 3/3 lifelink. That is not a terrible set of abilities for a limited card. Borderline standard interesting, but not quite there. The art reminds me of a lot of like classic 80s sci-fi art for novels and stuff. Book covers. Carmella, Glamour Thief. 1 colorless in Grixis colors. So 4 mana, legendary creature vampire rogue, 2/4 haste. Taps for Grixis mana. Spend this mana only to cast instants or sorcery spells. And then when it dies, return up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Interesting. Kind of a weird card. In limited, you almost care more about the death trigger than the mana ramp that can only be used on instants and sorceries. It does tap to make 2 mana for Cruel Ultimatum. I don't think you can get away with playing a 4 mana 2/4 and Constructed and hope to play Cruel Ultimatum on turn 5. If they kill it though, you get like a lightning bolt pack or something. Caleb has a cube problem. I've played Cruel Ultimatum outside of cube. How dare you? Play this into expressive. Usually you want to play expressive and then have a available. You wouldn't be able to do that on 5. Hey, Admin B, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 31 months there. Appreciate you. Yeah, Unlimited is not a bad thing to sack to, just like sack fodder. Sack it, get value, whatever. Not a constructed card, though. Corpse Appraiser, Grixis, 3/3, creature vampire rogue. When Corpse Appraiser enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If a card is put into exile this way, look at the top 3 cards of your library, then put one of those cards in your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. Weird. So it comes into play, and you exile a creature from a graveyard. Up to 1 creature from a graveyard. But you want to, because you have to exile a creature to trigger the impulse. And the impulse, you look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand, the rest in the bottom to the graveyard. So it's getting so it's like better than impulse because it's self-mill. So if you have graveyard synergies, you can do something with that. This card seems good, right? Like 3 mana for a 3/3 Seagate Oracle. But you have to have there has to be a creature in the mid exile. But it doesn't seem like that's that hard, right? I guess the issue for Eternal formats would be the opponent having creatures. So I'm just thinking, like, there's a couple different ways to get creatures in the graveyard, right? The one that's really nice for a card like this is just like killing the opponent's shit. Like just play a discard spell or a removal spell, Corpse Appraiser, exile something from their graveyard, now they can't get value out of it. Get an impulse out of it, get some nice value. But in older formats, not all of your opponents are going to have creatures, so you're going to have to do some self-milling to make it consistent. Which is fine, it just won't like fit into every deck. You have a love affair with Grixis? Me too. Me too. Could play very well in a sack deck, yeah. This is one of the few like uncommon value creatures that I think is like actually interesting for those older formats. It's not even a death trigger. It, like comes into play, fucking look at the top 3 cards of your library, get one of them. Stock the graveyard a little bit. Yeah, and it's got some relevant creature types, huh? Vampire Rogue. Kind of considering it for like an unearthed deck. You dig it, but you live in Historic? Yeah, I mean, it might be good in Historic. There's a few different Historic shells where it might be interesting. And then it's a blue card for Eternal formats, so like Force Negation, Force of Will. It's 3 different cards for fucking the Modern Masters pitch cards, right? Grief, Fury, and the Force Negation. You really don't want it to be a vanilla 3/3, and it might be on turn 3? It might be, yeah. But you have a lot of control over that, especially if you're doing self-mill, which is why I was thinking unearthed decks. Maybe even, God, this is a little wild, but maybe an Avengevine deck, Play it, exile some trash, find an Ornithopter with it, play an Ornithopter, trigger Avengevine. Huh? Alright, maybe I'm going too deep. Alright, point being, I love this card. I look forward to tinkering with it. Next thing, Corpse Explosion. Yeah, fuck, we got that 1 mana 1/1 that's good to sack too. This set's making me real happy. Lost in the sauce, yeah. Vengevine loves playing Grixis Color for critters. Yeah, I mean, you can. I've played all of the Grixis Colors in Vengevine decks before. Remember, the Vengevine decks don't have to play double green, and in fact, a lot of times they don't. A lot of times they're like base red for looting effects and what. And then with blue, you get the crabs, you get the crab mill. And then black, you get red sacrifice stuff. Or I'm sorry, with black, you get sacrifice stuff. That plays very well with that too. So almost all of these colors are better than actual green for Vengevine. Anyway, Corpse Explosion, 1 black-red sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Corpse Explosion deals damage equal to the exiled card's power to each creature and each planeswalker. Weird little sweeper here. A little difficult to evaluate. Not going to be good in every limited deck. And, I think likely very rarely good in constructed too, just because it's so situational and takes some setup. You'd have to be like really hard up for a sweeper. Throw your Death Shadow at them, but it's not throwing it at them, it's just like killing creatures and planeswalkers. And then you have to like do the work in the graveyard. You don't want to play a 2-for-1 to play a sweeper, right? Good for a reanimator deck? Could be good for a reanimator deck, yeah. A reanimator deck that's slow enough that it would like die to aggro, so you want to have that early sweeper. And you're just like naturally binning creatures anyway. That's like the one spot I think you could see it being actively good. Crew Captain, Jund Colors. 3 mana 4/2 human warrior with haste. Has indestructible as long as it entered the battlefield this turn. Huh. Wouldn't be the worst card to Bloodbraid Elf into, huh? Not that exciting though. Yeah, this one's not interesting for Eternal formats, obviously. I could see a shitty standard deck, like being desperate for an aggressive 3-drop. Probably not, but I could see it. And in limited, this card is fine, but it's not like a draw to Jund. Again, you're not going to open this and be like, well, I'm Jund Colors now. This is kind of like going to fit if you're already there. And not every Jund deck either, and just like the more aggressive ones. Kind of niche. Darling of the Masses, 2 green, white. Elf Citizen. Other citizens you control get +1/+0. That's a useful ability in this limited format. There's an assload of citizens. Whenever Darling of the Masses attacks, you get another 1/1. That's a 2/4. Sure. Disciplined Duelist, Bant Colors. For a human citizen, 2/1 double strike. And just battlefield with a shield counter on it. Nice. I think this card's good. So something that's like really cool about this card, a lot of the creatures with shield counters on them, the opponent can just like chump with a random 1/1 citizen and then actually like trade with it in the next combat. Because this card has double strike, random ass 1/1 citizens are not going to be able to pop the shield. You'd have to block with 3 citizens. Trade with the shield. Which makes this card like pretty obnoxious to deal with. After that, the only thing that can block this super easily Like a 2/3 would trade with the shield, but you kind of need to have like a 2/5 to brick this card. And then you're running into like pump spells, right? Pump spells and combat tricks after that point. I think this card's like likely really good. Shambling Gas breaks it easily. Yeah, but that's I'm talking about Disciplined Duelist for limited. I'm talking about the limited format. So I'm comparing it to Citizen tokens. I don't think Citizen is a constructed mechanic. I think it's a limited mechanic. So I'm talking about Disciplined Duelist lining up well against Citizen tokens. That's mostly what I'm getting at. Nice with the shovel. Oh, that's a good point. Basically a combo right there. All right. Endless Detour. Banned colors, instant speed. You don't have target spell, non-land permanent. Yeah, I mean, in the constructed, you're dealing with not just Ghast, like you mentioned, but there's also Meat Hook Massacre being in like so many decks. So Duelist is like maybe not the best card to build a deck around. Fun though. All right, Endless Detour. Banned colors, instant. You don't have target spell, non-land permanent, or card in a graveyard. Puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Yeah, this card's fine, right? You can memory lapse something, or submerge something, or hit a random card in a graveyard. I do kind of hate when it gives the opponent the option between top or bottom. It is a little obnoxious. Makes it a lot more narrow, Right, they just choose to put it on the bottom if they don't want it. This can target your own things. It could. You're not gonna want to do that very often, but you technically could like save a creature that way. It's card disadvantage, but whatever. We do not choose Lesbian Danny DeVito. They choose. People didn't like to be rat locked. Oh yeah, with like chittering rats. Yeah, it was really fun to rat lock people though. More expensive Aether Gust. And, you know, not limited like Aether Gust. More of a main deck card. Aether Gust actually saw a lot of main deck play. Evelyn, the Covetous. 2 colorless. Hybrid Dimir, hybrid Rakdos, and a black mana. So you gotta be at least playing black. You could be mono black. But then Grixis Colors makes it easier to cast. Legendary creature, Vampire Rogue. 2/5 with Flash. Whenever Evelyn or another vampire enters the battlefield under your control, exile the top card of each player's library and put a collection counter on it. Once each turn, you may play a card from exile with collection counter on it. If it was exiled by an ability you control. And you may spend mana as though it were any color to cast it. Well, that's cool. So when it comes into play, you're exiling the top card of both players' libraries, and you can play those cards. And then every time you play another vampire, you get to trigger it again. And it has the Gaunty fixing clause, so even if you don't have the colors in your mana, that doesn't matter. Unlike Gaunty, the Evelyn does need to stick and play. Evelyn does need to hang out for you to actually cast those cards and get that sweet, sweet value. But because of Flash, if your opponent taps out, you can be like, end of turn, Evelyn, untap. Play like some 1-mana vampire, so they have 4 cards to look at. And like play before the opponent has a chance to get rid of the Evelyn. It's not terrible, Play instead of cast is nice. That's true. Yeah, Gonti doesn't work with lands, whereas Evelyn will let you play lands. Doesn't have to be the same Evelyn. That's true. Yeah, if they kill one Evelyn, you play another one, get to start playing cards again. Mostly an EDH card. Obviously, quite strong and limited. And borderline interesting for like a meme-ish control deck, especially of the Drago variety, taking advantage of that flash. Probably a little bit better than it looks, huh? Why is the second paragraph phrase weird? What's weird about it? They don't want you to be playing your opponent's like Evelyn cards. Alright, exotic pets. 1 blue, white, instant. Create 2/1/1 fish creature tokens. With this creature can't be blocked. Then for each kind of counter among creatures you control, put a counter on that kind on either of those tokens. Sweet. So these things could be coming into play with shield tokens and just be like really good blockers. This is also another way of making 2 tokens at instant speed and triggering Alliance. Which again, I think makes this card much, much better than it looks. Much, much better than it would be in another limited format. Hell, just 3 mana for a 2-power unblockable is like kind of reasonable. I think this card's gonna fit into a lot of different limited decks. Pick it a little higher than you would for another format. Velkaspara, Pact Weaver. Bait color 3/3, legendary creature Bird Demon. This card is already awesome. I don't want to read the rest of the card because I don't want it to disappoint me. A Bird Demon? Why is it Bant colors? Why is there a Bant colored demon? That's my only concern. I feel like this should be another Grixis card, just by nature of being a Bird Demon. Or maybe Esper. Anyway, Flying Trample. Enters the battlefield with a shield counter on it. Alright, this is good. These are good abilities. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Sure. You may cast spells from the top of your library by removing a counter from a creature you control, in addition to paying their other costs. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. So 4 mana for a 3/3, it's like kind of unkillable. Has a little bit of protection from the shield, and then flying and trample. That's all good. Those are all good abilities. You do have at least one cast. You can play at least one card because it comes with a shield counter, but then you're going to need other counters after that. This is a card that doesn't seem good enough for Constructed to me. And you might be able to draw a few cards off of it in Limited. But honestly, for like a Limited Bomb, this is kind of a beatable card, right? The slower the format, the better this card gets. The more likely you're going to be able to convert other random counters into extra cards drawn. And 4 mana for a 3/3 Flying Trample isn't like terrible stats or anything. It's just, you know, not that impressive for a Mythic. You think if it played lands off the top, it'd be good for Constructed? It'd be a little bit better. Even still, like the fact that you need to have a creature with a counter on it in order to use the ability is really limiting. Fatal Grudge. Well, this looks a lot more intense than a Fatal Push. That means it must be a much better card, right? Alright, let's read the card. Costs 1 black and 1 red. Sorcery. There's an additional cost to cast the spell, sack a non-land permanent. Each opponent chooses a permanent they control that shares a type with a sacrifice permanent and sacks it. Draw a card. So that's not bad. Some nice versatility. You can like sack a treasure, make them sack an artifact, draw a card. Probably gonna be doing this with creatures the most often, right? You sack your sack fodder, make them sack something that's actually good. Cantrip, trigger your sacrifice synergies. Wouldn't be crazy for constructed, but mostly if you just like really want sack outlets. Fleetfoot Dancer. 1 Naya colors, so 4 mana for a 4/4. Trample, lifelink, haste. Those are some good fucking abilities, aren't they? Very hard to race in an aggro mirror. And the haste means that against a control opponent, just like having a hasty threat can be really good sometimes. The opponent taps out for a sweeper, play this, smack them for 4. They tap out for a planeswalker. You have to like pressure the planeswalker immediately, that sort of thing. Not that this is a good anti-control card or whatever, it's like, but it's not like dead against control or whatever. It's not like the worst, is what I'm getting at. You're mostly playing this to win your aggro mirrors. Yeah, obviously it's a limited bomb. Obviously it's like costed aggressively for constructed play. We can just like move on now, Almost want a green sun for it. Not quite though. Forge Boss, 2 red, black, human warrior, 3/4 creature. Whenever you sacrifice 1 or more other creatures, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. This ability triggers only once each turn. Yeah, if that ability triggered multiple times each turn, it would be like very easy to kill somebody, right? This card would then be interesting with like cat combo and stuff. As is, it's just going to be a limited payoff. But it's a pretty good limited payoff. Plays well with what Red-Black's trying to do in this format. Glamorous Outlaw. 3 mana, Grixis colors, so 6 mana for a 4/5 Vampire Rogue. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you scry 2. Sweet, I like scrying. Oh, it's a common. 2 mana, exile it from your hand. Target land gains the ability to tap for Grixis mana until Glamorous Outlaw is cast from exile. And you may cast Glamorous Outlaw for as long as it remains exiled. Sweet. I assume this is a cycle. And a pretty sweet one. You get fixing in the early turns when you need it. And then the late game, you can cash it in for value when you no longer need it to help fix your mana. This is a little, like, borderline off topic and out there. But it does let you stash cards if you've got effects to, like, make both players discard. The actual creature's kind of playable. Yeah, kind of, right? That is kind of interesting that you could play this in a 2-color deck and then cast it off itself. Have the land tap for a black mana in your Izzet deck and then cast the Outlaw. Probably not going to want to do that very often, but you could. Hostile Takeover. 2 in Grixis colors, so 5 mana sorcery. Up to 1 target creature has base power and toughness 1/1 until end of turn. Up to 1 other target creature has base power and toughness 4/4 until end of turn. Then Hostile Takeover deals 3 damage to each creature. Interesting. So there's a few different things you can do with this. You can attack first, and then whatever creature they block with, Hostile Takeover is going to be able to kill. So you're in a situation where they've got like a creature whatever size back on defense, and a creature hitting you in the air. You can attack into the defender, they block whatever, and you lose your thing. And then second main phase, hostile takeover, kill their blocker and their flyer. Make the flyer the 1/1. Another thing you could do, if it's just you sitting there with one creature and them sitting there with one creature, is you buff yours into a 4/4 and kill theirs, turn theirs into a 1/1 and kill it. Yeah. I don't know if this card's like very bomby. It is kind of, I mean, it is kind of like wonky removal, right? And you're not always gonna be able to kill two things with it. But it will always be able to kill at least one thing. And sometimes being able to kill a second thing is kind of nice. I'm just not sure if it's in bomb territory. A combat trick? Well, it's not gonna be a combat trick because it's a sorcery, right? Oh, that's a good point. I was reading this as dealing only 3 damage to the two cards that are the two creatures that are targeted. But I think you're right. I think it does deal 3 damage to each creature in play. So you're saving one of your creatures, for sure killing one of theirs, and then sweeping everything else. That makes it a lot better. That makes it a lot better than how I read it at first. I thought it was only dealing 3 damage to the two creatures that were targeted. Yeah, that's a lot better. Now you're like saving one of your creatures from the sweeper, making sure one of their creatures that wouldn't die is now dying, and then sweeping. Yeah, this card rules. Never mind, it's a bomb, just kidding. Very easy to confuse that. Yeah, because it's spending the first however long targeting stuff. Incandescent Aria. This is some kind of incredible art, actually. A lot of cool things going on. The texture of whatever that face is in, contrasting with those like roses fading off into the darkness and the lightning into the hair. Yeah, real interesting. Naya colors for a sorcery. Deals 3 damage to each non-token creature. I guess that's fine, huh? A lot less value than this hostile takeover card. But it's Naya, and Naya's a worse color combination than Grixis, so it makes sense that their card would be worse, right? Alright, cool. We all agree. We can move on. Now, obviously, you're trying to play this in a token deck, so you're only hitting the opponent's stuff. It's not bad. Just not going to be great against everybody. Jetmir, Nexus of Rebels. 1 Naya colors, so 4 mana for a legendary creature, Cat Demon. 5/4. Well, there's a lot of fucking abilities here. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Vigilance as long as you control 3 or more creatures. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Trample as long as you control 6 or more creatures. And this is also, so the abilities stack. And then creatures you control also get +1/+1 and have Double Strike as long as you control 9 or more creatures. Interesting. So this seems like a really dope card to play off of the white hideaway enchantment, huh? Because the white hideaway enchantment triggers when you have 10 creatures attacking. And so this will come into play mid-combat and give those 10 1/1s +3/+0, trample, and double strike. It is a lot of stats. Yeah, this card's kind of hot for your token deck. Looks costed for constructed. Naya tokens, normally a little iffy and constructed because you're like running into sweepers and such. But who knows? You expect it to remove a lot in EDH? Yeah, it does kind of have a lightning rod on it, The detail of the architecture in the background is kind of incredible. Alright, Jetmir's Fixer. 1 red, 1 green. Creature Cat Warrior. I kind of wish you could see the face a little bit better. A little small. Clothing's fantastic. Fucking excellent fit. I think the card's exciting. The Nexus of Rebels. Jetmir's Fixer, red and a green. Cat Warrior for a 2/2. Then it's got an activated ability. Red and a green again. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If mana from a treasure was spent to activate this ability, put a 1/1 counter on it instead. Oh, that's good, It's like a shitty little pump if you don't have any treasure, but like cashing in treasure to give it 1/1 counters. And you can activate it multiple times in a turn. So if you're sitting there with like 3 lands untapped and 3 treasure, you can give this 3 1/1 counters. And just like have a 5/5. Yeah, found your treasure sink, exactly. It's a common too. Plays really well with the rare that taps to make a treasure. Also in red-green. It's not +2/+2. It says instead. So you're either doing a 1/1 counter or +1/+1 without treasure. Ginny Faye, Jetmir's second. Hybrid red-white, green, and hybrid white-green. Or I'm sorry, not hybrid red-white. Hybrid Gruul, Hybrid Celestia, green. So you could play this with triple green if you wanted, but it plays well with Naya colors. Legendary creature Elf Druid, it's a 3/3. If you would create 1 or more tokens, you may instead create that many 2/2 green cat creature tokens with haste, or that many 3/1 dog creature tokens with vigilance. So Crowstorm, you have a storm, so it's raining these tokens, and now it's raining. So instead of raining the crows, it would instead be raining 2/2s with haste or 3/1s with vigilance. So that's kind of neat. Nice little combo there. Anyway, interesting card. Like somebody said, it's like a cool thing to turn your treasure into tokens. Get some value that way. You can see why it's a rare. Lagrella the Magpie. Bant colors for a 2/3 legendary creature human soldier. When it is battlefield, exile any number of target creatures controlled by different players until Lagrella leaves the battlefield. When an exiled creature enters the battlefield under your control this way, put 2 1/1 counters on it. Cool. Well, that seems pretty easy to understand. Very grokkable. We just move on now. The templating on this card is a nightmare. I kind of recommend ignoring it and instead of trying to wrap your head around like it's worded, and just listen to somebody else tell you what it does, because it doesn't make any fucking sense. You read this and you're like, does this exile everything? Is this exiling one creature from each player if you want? It's any numbers, so you don't have to exile anything. You just play it as a 3-mana 2/3, and that'd be great. And then the last line, the exiled card enters the battlefield under your control. It just means that you can exile one creature from yourself too. So if you had blink synergies going on or something like that, you can get a little bit of value. But yeah, one card from each player. Intuitive Giant, it does do a lot, yeah. Yeah, the text is a mindfuck. The art is incredible. Donato's been on fire. A lot of incredible detail going on. The lighting is insane. Also in the fish tank, there's a clownfish. There's like some Finding Nemo shit going on back there. This art's this image is like a little blurry, so it's hard to see, but it's happening. Little Easter egg. Lord Xandar, the Collector. 4 mana in Grixis colors, so 7 mana for a 6/6 legendary creature, Vampire Demon Noble. Well, that's fucking awesome. This art's kind of incredible too. Like hyper realistic. This art has like other interesting art pieces in it. It's like you're getting 5 art pieces in one. Stupid complicated. When Lord Xandar the Collector enters the battlefield, target opponent discards half the cards in their hand, rounded down. So that rules. So if they have 5 cards, they're bidding 2. Get a little mind rot out of it. If they have 2 cards, they're just bidding 1. Whenever Lord Xandar attacks, defending player mills half their library, rounded down. Okay. That's kind of whatever. When Lord Xandar dies, target opponent sacrifices half the non-land permanents they control, rounded down. Alright, that rules again. So if you have some Reanimator deck with sack outlets, this card could be pretty fucking sweet. Definitely an insane EDH card. You didn't discard would be better if it didn't mill. It might be, yeah. You don't have to attack with it, though. You can literally just fucking play it and block or sack it or something. Is this good with sneak attack? Like in Legacy? No. It is not. Sacking half the non-land permanents they control in Legacy is gonna be good very rarely. And certainly not worth having in your deck to put into playoff sneak attack or whatever. And then you're only dealing 6 damage. It's just not worth it, right? You've already got Grizzlebrand and Emrakul. You don't need anything else. Atiavis thinks the sub thinks the 2 months. Now, if you're doing sneak attack stuff in EDH, that's a little different, In Cube with Recurring Nightmare? Yeah! That's where my head's at, Squirrely J. Nutkin. That's where my head's at. If it said rounded up, it'd be a little bit more exciting on all cases. Oh yeah, if it wasn't non-land, then it'd be a little too fierce, I think. If it wasn't non-land, it'd be a little too fierce for EDH and stuff. Oh, interesting, user. Yeah, I didn't even think of that pun. I was just pointing out a neat combo. Alright, Maestro's Ascendancy, Grixis Colors, Enchantment. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from your graveyard by sacrificing a creature in addition to paying its other costs. Spell cast this way will be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. Interesting. So what's the 4-mana EDH card, Kethis? That just like lets you play an instant or sorcery spell each turn. This like lets you do that, but you have to sack a creature. But then it's like harder to deal with an enchantment than to deal with the body. It's just called Cast Gotcha Gotcha. You cannot account Dan. Recurring Nightmare needs to have the target in the graveyard. I think the symbol is brass knuckles with angel wings, not a crab. And you see brass knuckles show up on a few different cards, so I think that's an intentional thing. And angels are big. It's crap? You think Ascendancy is crap? I don't know. Like, I don't think it's gonna be good enough for Standard. And saying EDH playable is, like, kind of redundant. But there's an awful lot of sack fodder in this limited format. Like, how many things do you need to flashback with this before it's good? Like, twice, right? 2 things? Sack 2 random ass 1/1s. Play 2 removal spells. Replay a draw spell and a removal spell. And then anything more than that's kind of great. Once during each of your turns. Well, how much mana do you think you're gonna have? It's obviously not a combo card. So you'd probably only be able to use it once per turn anyway, just from like mana considerations, right? Maestro's Charm. Grixis Colors, instant. Choose one, look at the top 5 cards of your library, put one of those cards in your hand and the rest into your graveyard. So that ability rules. That's like much better than Impulse, right? Look at the top 5 cards of your library, one goes to your hand, the rest go to the bin. Putting the rest in the graveyard is a big deal. The second ability is each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. That's kind of poop. Obviously against burn, being able to healing salve, or if you're like in a spot where you can burn someone out, then that's relevant. Like think about modern with like Snapcaster and Lightning Bolt, right? Like sometimes you just like burn someone out of nowhere. So it's easy to underrate that part of the card. And then the last ability is deal 5 damage to a creature or planeswalker. I kind of feel like this card rules. I like that the situational removal aspect of it isn't dependent on having a board presence, like it is for the Bant Charm and the Naya Charm. It just like deals fucking 5 damage. Yeah, I think this charm rules. Maestro's Diabolist. Grixis colored, so 3 mana for a 1/4. Vampire Warrior. Rare, Death Touch Haste. When it attacks, if you don't control a double token, create a tapped and attacking 1/1 red double creature token. When it dies, it deals damage to any target. Huh. Yeah, obviously these are fine limited abilities. I guess the idea is that you're pairing this with a sack outlet, right? So every turn you can make that double token and sack it for value. Cube playable? I mean, it's going to depend on the cube. I wouldn't put this into Vintage Cube. But it is good with sack themes. It does fit the set. Yeah, obviously good and limited. I just don't think it's going to find a home outside of that. Mass Bandits. 3 in Jund colors, so 6 mana for a 5/5. Raccoon Rogue. It's 5/5 with Vigilance and Menace. Those are some good abilities. And this is another one of those exile from your hand. Target land now gains taps for Jund colors. And then you can cast the Mass Bandits from exile. This one feels better than the Grixis one to me. Vigilance and Menace are like pretty good abilities. And it's a 5/5. I think the Grixis one's just a 3/4. It's 3/4, but like it like shocks the opponent or something. Well, the Grixis one's a 4/5. Okay, so it's not that much worse. 4/5, dealing 2 to the opponent and scrying 2. Whereas this is a 5/5 with Vigilance and Menace. That's a little bit closer than I was thinking. But I think the Jund one's still slightly better. Probably not going to matter much, right? They're facilitators. They're not like reasons to go into those color combos. How do I know it's a raccoon if it's masked? It says fucking raccoon in the creature type line. What do you... Alright, meeting of the 5. 3 white, blue... Well, 5 colors. It costs 8 mana. 5 colors and 3 colorless. Sorcery. Exile the top 10 cards of your library. Oh, man. As much as I like Barracuda, a little too hype. A little too hype for this stream. Alright. Where were we? 8 mana, sorcery. Exile the top 10 cards of your library. You may cast spells with exactly 3 colors from among them this turn. And then you're adding 10 mana, 2 of each color. Spend this mana only to cast spells with exactly 3 colors. So this feels like man, you can't even cast the ultimatums off this, huh? You need to be able to play this and then like have one more treasure. You can play ultimatums. And you'd only get one of them. Dope art. Yeah, the art's super cool. You can only get 3 spells out of 9 mana, right? Yeah. Eight mana is kind of a lot to dig for like 2 3-drops and a 4-drop. Try and find 8 mana Nicol Bolas. And maybe if there's a card that like cheated a sorcery out of your graveyard without paying the casting cost. Something. Not exciting. Metropolis Angel. 2 white, blue, creature angel soldier, flying for 3/1. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures with counters on them, draw a card. Oh, this card rules, right? Just have a creature with a counter on it and play. 4 mana for a 3/1 flyer, draw a card immediately. Hell yeah. I think you can take this card really aggressively. Like, not embarrassing to take in the first 3 or 4 picks. Mr. Orfeo, the Boulder. 1 in Jund colors. So 4 mana. Oh man, this song's too hyped too. Play some more Wolf and Raven. Ah, perfect, perfect. Anyway, Mr. Orfeo the Boulder. So 4 mana, 1 in Jund colors for a 2/4 Rhino Warrior. Legend. Whenever you attack, double target creature's power until end of turn. This is another 4/4 that can attack. This is This is another 4 mana, like 2x that attacks as a 4/4. I know it can double target creature's power, so sometimes it's hitting other things. It just seems very similar to that green card that comes into play with a shield token on it and makes something else, and it can target something to make it attack as a 4/4. Feels a little similar. They're both uncommons too. Oh, that's a good point. This card itself doesn't have to attack. So you could, like, turn 3, play a 3/3, play this on turn 4, and then attack with that 3/3. And is this whenever you attack? Not whenever you attack with Mr. Orfeo. So then it attacks as a 6x. Alright, that makes it a lot better than I was thinking. Good point, chat. Cool. Nimble Larcenist. Esper colors for a bird rogue, flying 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact, instant, or sorcery card from it, and exile that card. It's a sweet ability, stapled to a 2/1 flyer. Doesn't hit enchantments, but who cares? Really reminds me of the, there was an Orthop card. There was like a 1 white black 2/1. Yeah, Sin Collector, that's the one. Reminds me of Sin Collector. Sin Collector was decent. A little easier to cast. Just being in white black. Didn't have flying. Was often more of a sideboard card. It'll be interesting to see if this Larcenist finds a home somewhere. You feel like it could have just duressed for 3 colors? Right. Yeah, not hitting Planeswalkers or enchantments. In Constructed, Planeswalker are going to matter a little bit more than enchantments. In Limited, enchantment matters a little bit more. I think you're probably right. It probably could have just duressed once you're already in 3 colors. Ob Nixilis the Adversary. Speaking of Planeswalkers, this is kind of exciting. 1 black red legendary Planeswalker Nixilis. Starts with 3 loyalty. Has casualty X. The copy isn't legendary and has starting loyalty X. So casualty, you sacrifice a creature with power for whatever the casualty is. In this case, it can be a creature of any power, but it has starting loyalty of that power. So you can sack a 1 mana 1/1, and then it's gonna create a copy of itself with 1 loyalty. The +1 is each opponent loses 2 life unless they discard a card. If you control a demon or a devil, you gain 2 life. Sure. It's each opponent 2. It's kind of a fun one to just like take up both. Drain for 4 a turn unless they start discarding. The -2 is create a 1/1 red devil creature token. Whenever this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to any target. Sure. And then the -7 is target player draws 7 cards and loses 7 life. Oh my. So, I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret. I fucking love Rotting Regisar. And this card kind of combos with that, huh? I guess if you very specifically wanted to sack Rotting Regisar to draw cards, there was already the 3 and a black, 2 and 1, where you could sack a creature and draw cards equal to its power, and I think you gained life with it too. But it's kind of a shit card on its own. If Ob Nixilis is a decent card on its own, maybe that combination is better. Plus, you can huck this at the opponent, make them draw 7 and lose 7, just like kill them. This is 2 Planeswalkers for 3 mana if you sack something, yeah. Correct, I was thinking of Disciple of Bolas. Traxos also a 4-mana 7/7. Sure. With Reggie, you can play Reggie on 3, and then play this on 4. Traxos would take another turn. You'd have to play the Traxos on 4, then play this on 5. Skelemental. Yeah, maybe. I think most of the time you want to be sacrificing something that costs less than 3 so you can curve into it. So 1 or 2 drops with reasonable power, or just like things that you want to sacrifice. More what you're looking for. Yeah, Junsack and Modern, exactly. And you don't even need to play like a ton of this card, right? It is interesting that if you draw multiples, because the copy isn't legendary, like if you play the first one, then you have 2 copies in play, and then you draw another one. It seems like you could play another one, sacrifice for casualty, and then they're gonna legend rule, right? The 2 actual legendary ones are gonna legend rule. But you could even like activate the first one and then play the second one, so that like you get 4 activations in a turn. And then the copy is not going to be legendary, so then you can have 3 of this in play. You could use the devil tokens to sack for it. Oh, that's true, yeah. You could downtick the first one to play the next one. Sack Tarmogoyf, I guess. I don't know if you actually want to sacrifice your Tarmogoyf, but you could. Correct, you had Jimbo's Law. They can only take 4 damage a turn so many times. And you're probably playing in a deck with like some nice aggressive threats. The downtick Devil is actually pretty good against Ragavan in Modern too. They can't like burn it out without also the Ragavan dying, so it's just gonna trade. Death Shadows? Yeah, you won't be able to draw cards with Death Shadow. But you'll have a creature with a large loyalty, or a planeswalker with a lot of loyalty anyway. Anyway. That card seems awesome. I don't know, Skelemental is awesome to sack. Yeah, but again, that's not on curve, right? And that's adding another 3-drop to a deck that's full of 3-drops already. I don't think this actually plays very well with Skelemental. The Skelemental deck, as it were. Good against counter magic? Yeah, it's great against counter magic, because the copy just goes on the stack. Correct, Twister, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. You like this with Grist? Yeah, it's kind of sweet with Grist. Unfortunately, Birds of Paradise in Dob Nixilis is not a great curve. Because the copy would have 0 loyalty. Lana Werelves. Yeah, a lot of people are going off about like unearthing Skelemental and then sacking it to this card. If you've hit your opponent with a Skelemental and unearthed it, they're probably already dead. So yeah, that's a sweet thing. But you want to be playing your cards for their average, not the ceiling, right? It's like kind of win more. And you're not even getting to the ultimate, right? It would be at 6, then you could uptick and then draw 7 the next turn. You really want the other 3 drops in the Skelemental deck. You're playing these 4 unearths. You really want them to play well with that. So that's why Seasoned Pyromancer plays really well in the Skelemental deck. Because it's another unearthed target. So this would be competing with Kolaghan's Command. And Kolaghan's Command can just like rebuy that fucking Skelemental. Again, hitting someone with Skelemental twice is usually GG. You really, really, really want to be playing Obnixilis in a deck with creatures that cost less than 3 mana. If you're playing this with the idea of sacrificing 3 drops to it, you're basically adding another mana onto its cost. You're playing a 3-drop mana, or the 3-mana Planeswalker for 4 mana now, basically. It's not a good way to play this card. You want to curve into it. As with most cards in Magic, you want to put them in your deck to curve into and play them on time. I think that's a much better approach, Ziphos. Play this with like Ravenous Squirrels and stuff. Much better approach. You think turn 2ing this is good, even if you don't sack Ignoble Hierarch? I think you're losing a lot of the card if you don't casualty. Play a Memnite. Underdog? Yeah, that's gonna be really nice. Underdog's not like crazy for Eternal formats. Springleaf Memnite go? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Elves of Deep Shadow works. Or Llanowar Elves. In Modern, you can just like have 2 lands that tap for green or Rakdos, right? It's awkward to put Llanowar Elves in your 3-color deck, but maybe this card's worth it, huh? Alright, Obscura Ascendancy. Esper Colors, Enchantment. Whenever you cast a spell, if its mana value is equal to 1 plus the number of soul counters on Ascendancy, put a soul counter on Ascendancy, then create a 2/2 Spirit token with flying. If there's 5 or more soul counters on Ascendancy, spirits you control get +3/+3. Alright, let's see if we can wrap our brains around this card. If its mana value is equal to 1 plus the number of soul counters on it, put a soul counter on it. So your first spell would have to cost 1, right? 1 plus 0. And then you play 2. So you basically just have to go like 1 through 5 in spell order. And you're getting a 2/2 each time. Wow, that's bad? Yeah, it's fucking terrible. You don't think this is bad in draft? I think this is awful in draft. Remember that it has to be like very specifically being 1 plus the number to get the 2/2. This card is like restrictive enough that it doesn't even start the brain juices firing. Like it doesn't even make me want to bother. If you don't have a 1-mana spell, it never starts to trigger. I think that's correct, Tristair, unless I'm misreading it. And I could be misreading it. Some of these cards are worded weirdly. But I think you literally need to have a 1-mana card to start the chain. Anyway, Obscura Charm. Esper Color's instant. Choose one. Return target multicolored permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Counter target instant and a sorcery spell, or destroy a creature planeswalker with mana value 3 or less. So this can smother, it can counter an instant or sorcery, or you can return a multicolored permanent with mana value 3 or less. The one that stands out to me that you might want to recur with Obscura Charm is Teferi, right? You play Teferi, bounce something, you put them in just to answer it, you're like, alright, whatever, rebuy it. And you can rebuy it at instant speed, so it's pretty sweet. Yeah, I'd say this is modern playable, for sure. You like reanimating Greasefang? That's a hype idea, too. Cool. I'm a little bit more excited about the Grixis one, but the Grixis one is a little bit more my style of card. Anyway, Obscura Interceptor, 1 Esper. So 4 mana for a 3/1. Creature Cephalid Wizard, Flash Lifelink. Those are some good abilities. When Obscura Interceptor enters the battlefield, it connives. When it connives this way, return up to 1 target spell to its owner's hand. Okay, so it's Venturing, but like, because it says spell, the spell has to be on the stack. So it's Venturing, but it only works if the spell is on the stack, and then you do get to loot. So you could have a 4 mana 4/2 with lifelink and flash. This card's kind of good, huh? Not quite a Mystic Snake. You're remanning the spell, not countering it. Interesting little tempo play. A 4/2 lifelinker is pretty large, though. On your value card. And you get to loot. You said removal doesn't stop the bounce? Interesting, Khalid. We went over this earlier, and we concluded the removal does stop the bounce. It won't be in play for the when it connives this way part. We weren't talking about this card specifically, but it was another card that was worded similarly. Yeah, when I first read it, I read it as it does stop the bounce. And then they made a note of it in the set notes. And DC literally, like, double-checked. You thought you saw it confirmed that it doesn't? Sure, yeah, if you could do that. Correct our earlier correction. Sifos, that's how I read it. If it's not in play for the when it connives this way. Judges ruled it still worked in the loading reading run pre-release. Interesting. So we got like conflicting things going on still. I wasn't comparing it to the exploit cards. There's literally another connive card that's worded like this that we were talking about earlier. I don't remember which card it was. I wish I could remember. Both sides are so confident. Yeah. Well, because we double-checked this earlier. It's the main reason that I had confidence. We, like, already went through this discussion. If it came up in the Loading Ready Run pre-release, and the judges ruled on it, though, that's probably correct. Anyway. We don't need to spend more time on it. Oh, Head Dirtle has a quote. A creature can connive even if it's not still on the battlefield. So if it meets an unfortunate demise in response to its own triggered ability, you still get to draw and discard. Huh? Well, yeah, nobody was arguing about the loot ability. We know that the connive is going to happen even when it's still in the stack. It's the when it connives this way part people were talking about. Just wait for the release notes. Yeah. Anyway. We've talked about it enough. Ognis, the Dragon's Lash. Jund colors, but it's got hybrid. So you could play it for triple red. Or one black, red, green. Hybrid Rakdos, hybrid Gruul. For 2 of the mana symbols. 4 mana for a 3/3 legendary creature, Vishnu Warrior. Haste. Whenever a creature you control with haste attacks, create a tapped treasure token. That's a solid card. Not a bomb, right? 4 mana for a 3/3 haster. That's creating tapped treasures. Seems like kind of a little underpowered for a rare, even. Like in other sets, I think this would be a 3 mana card. If you're paying a little bit extra for treasure synergies. Goldspan's 1 mana more. It is 1 mana more. And it's got flying. And it doubles the mana that you're getting from treasures. Goldspan a little bit more aggressively costed for constructed than this card. Could make a lot of treasure. Could make a lot of treasure. You do need, of course, need 2 to match Goldspan's output. And you are making tap treasure, correct? Yeah, not exciting to me for constructed play. Park Heights Pegasus. 1 white, 1 green, 2/1 creature Pegasus, flying trample. Ah, trample on a 2/1, perfect. Whenever it deals combination to a player, draw a card. If you add 2 or more creatures into the battlefield under your control this turn. Okay, so it's got that ability that one starts with an A, alliances, but it just doesn't say it on the card. It's probably easier to word it this way. Should have been a Citizen Pegasus? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know how many times you need your 2-drop to draw a card for it to be good, but it's probably not that many times. Even in Constructed it seems really easy to play 2 creatures after this card. Play another Pegasus in a 1-drop. Hit them, draw a card. And then the cantrip's gonna help you play 2 creatures the next turn. Let's keep it snowballing. This card's probably better than it looks. Quiza, Augur of Agonies. 1 Esper, so 4 mana for a 3/4. Legendary creature, Cephalid Advisor. Whenever you draw a card, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Nice. Nice little limited card. Get that slow drain going. Kind of pretty good for a limited card. Like, 4 mana for a 3/4 that just like every turn the opponent loses 1, you gain 1. Would be like a perfectly reasonable limited card and like actively good in some limited formats. But this isn't just that, right? It's whenever you draw a card. So if you pair with draw spells, all of a sudden it's like speeding up the drain. Card's probably great. Pretty solid build around. Well, it doesn't even need to be a build around. Like playing draw spells in your Esper limited deck is not like a that's not a deck building restriction. That's something that you want to do anyway. This is just good. It is legendary, yeah. Yeah, get those connive loots going. Anyway, sweet card, sweet. Rafine Scheming Seer. Esper colors for a 3 mana for a 1/4. Legendary creature Sphinx Demon. Flying ward 1. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature connives X, where X is the number of attacking creatures. This card kind of rules, huh? Usually Esper isn't the color of having a bunch of creatures in play. But it seems like you're going to go through like a lot of cards with this. Even if you're just attacking with 2 creatures. And it can buff itself, just like be a huge flyer. Esper go wide aggro. Yeah, play this with the white hideaway card. Get a Yalia in here too. Whatever. Yeah, tons of dig. Can we play Lingering Souls? No. It's actually against the law to play Lingering Souls, depending on what country you're living in. So that's a bummer, but whatever. Moving on, Rakish Revelers. 2 and Naya, so 5 mana for a 5/3. Elf Druid Rogue. When it enters the battlefield, you get a 1/1 Citizen. And this is one of those 2 mana exile from your hand. Now target land you control. Well, it's not you control, but target land gains tap for Naya colors. And then you can play the Revelers from exile. So you get 2 bodies with this one. You get a 5/3 and a 1/1 token. It still feels worse to me than the Grixis and the Jund ones. But again, it doesn't really matter because you're mostly playing these as facilitators for your mana, and then you're just like kind of happy that you can play something later on when you don't need it to mana fix anymore. They don't work with Food Chain Dark Drew. The being able to play it for as long as it remains exiled is part of the 2 mana exile from your hand clause. So all of these commons aren't like Food Chain combos. Triggers Alliance. It does trigger Alliance. That's a good point. And it does cost 1 less than those other 6 mana cards. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, once again, maybe it's closer than I thought at first. Oh man, we're almost getting to 2 a.m. Word the R's. The gold cards, we really slowed down with the gold cards because there's so much more text on them than in the straight colored combinations. All these EDH wall of texts. Rigo, Streetwise Mentor. So you can play triple white for it. But you got a hybrid Celestia and a hybrid Azorius costs in there. So Bant. Legendary creature Cat Citizen. 3 mana for a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, it enters the battlefield with a shield counter on it. Whenever you attack a player or planeswalker with one or more creatures with power 1 or less, draw a card. So this isn't gonna... Will this trigger more than once per turn? It's an attack trigger, not a connecting trigger. Yeah, it says 1 or more creatures. So it's only triggering once per turn, unless you get multiple attack steps. Kind of good, though. The shield counter is relevant. And the fact that it's an attack trigger instead of connecting. If it's connecting, I think this card would be pretty bad. But as is, this seems kind of reasonable. For constructed, obviously it's great and limited, even if you just draw a card or two. Riveteer's Ascendancy. Jund colors for an enchantment. Whenever you sacrifice a creature, you may return target creature card with lesser mana value from your graveyard to battlefield tapped. Do this only once each turn. Interesting. Yeah, so red-black is really into sacrificing creatures in this format. So I can see this doing something. Plays well with Blitz, too. Blitz something and then play, attack with it, sack it, recur something. Yeah, I actually really like that. A lot of people looking at these Ascendancy cards are like thinking about all the limitations, but it's kind of a free recurring nightmare every turn. Blitz lets you go above the curve as well, depending on the card. Broken with Grief? Yeah, not terrible with Grief. A little hard to cast. A little hard to cast in Modern. 3 mana is kind of a lot. So you'd play this on turn 3. You'd need a way to bin Seasoned Pyromancer, but you could play this and then pitch cast Grief and get a Seasoned Pyromancer back. That would be like the worst thing. You would need other sacrifice things besides just the pitch cards, besides just Grief and Fury. Oh man, you could pitch cast Fury and rebuy Grief with it. Riveteer's Charm. Jund mana instant. Choose one. Target opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker they control with the highest mana value among creatures or planeswalkers they control. So that's great. That's a great ability. Exile the top 3 cards of your library until the end of your next step. Until your next end step, you may play those cards. So you can play this on the opponent's turn and then have access to those 3 cards on your next turn. You're not going to want to be playing that as a sorcery very often unless you have like a lot of mana to do play things. Or if you like desperately need to hit your lane drop. Or you can exile target player's graveyard, which, you know, kind of a throwaway until you get paired against someone using their graveyard, right? And then it becomes really good. Yeah, I think this one's better than the Bant one. The removal on this one is possibly the best of the various removals. And being able to draw is nice. Yeah, not bad. Alright, Rocco, Cabaretti, Caterer. X and Naya colors, so 3 and X. Legendary creature Elf Druid, 3/1. When it's the battlefield, if you cast it, you may search your library for a creature mana value X or less, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. People were talking about this getting Asmo in Modern. I don't think your Asmo deck wants to be Naya colors. In general, that seems like a lot worse than just paying 2 green and finaleing for Asmo. Like a 3/1 isn't that good. Great limited card. This is like always gonna have value in limited. A little expensive, but whatever. Possibly good enough for standard. Right, that's what I was saying, Otto. Like, I don't think your Asmo deck wants to be in all like the full Naya colors. I don't think this is gonna be a modern card. Scheming Fence. 1 white, 1 blue. Creature, human citizen. This fence enters the battlefield. You may choose a non-land permanent. Activated abilities of that permanent can't be activated. Scheming Fence has all activated abilities of the chosen permanent except for loyalty abilities. And you can spend mana as low over any mana of any color to activate those abilities. That's kind of cute. So it can't steal Planeswalker abilities, but it can turn off a Planeswalker. And then you can jack the abilities of other permanents. Yeah, kind of a good card, huh? And potentially interesting for Eternal play as well. This is one that's like not that good in limited, except for like some very specific situations. Like despite being a rare, it's not a limited bomb or anything. But it could end up seeing like a lot of constructed play. It has to be in play. I mean, this ability is much better than Meddling Mage. This is like removal instead of... Unless you were like thinking about jacking Grizzlebrand abilities from a graveyard or something, then I don't think the being in play is a downside. This is Phyrexian Revoker with upside. And pitches to Force of Will and stuff. Security Rocks. Everyone needs a Security Rhino. This card's amazing. Gruul colors, 4 mana. I like seeing a Gruul card in like some pretty righteous duds too. Yeah, this is already fantastic. Alright, 4 mana for a 5/4. Rhino Warrior. You can play a red and a green rather than pay the spell's mana cost. Spend only mana produced by treasures to cast it this way. Oh, that's kind of cool too. You could literally play this card turn 2 in this limited format with the blue counter spell. Give that player 2 treasure tokens. Turn 2 5/4. Woo! There's a 1 blue counter spell. So you play a 1-drop and then you counter it. And the counter spell gives the player 2 treasure. And that would let you play this on turn 2. Nobody's using that counter spell on your 1-drop Birdhawk. That's not happening. Maybe in 2-headed giant, your teammate could do it. But a turn 1 5/4 is a lot worse in 2-headed giant than in 1-on-1. People are talking about fucking modern and legacy combos now. Yeah, I was talking about this limited format. But thanks, friends. That doesn't seem very good. The Treasure Dog better? Yeah, a little bit better. Usually with a card like this, you don't want to like warp your deck around trying to play it as fast as possible. but it's something that you can play like alongside something else on a treasure turn that can work out. Or you can just play it as a 4-mana 5/4, and that's probably going to happen more often than not. Right, Woodar. It's more likely to be better as like a 4-mana 5/4 than than trying to cheat it out super fast. Shattered Seraph. 7 mana. 4/4 Angel Rogue common, flying, enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. In from your hand. Fix your land cards. This one costs the most of them, but it's also probably the best one, right? Flying's a great ability, gaining 3 life, sweet. Snooping Newsy, 1 blue, 1 black, creature human rogue, enters battlefield, mill 2 cards. Sure. If there's 5 or more mana values of cards in your graveyard, it gets +1/+1 as lifelink. Sweet. Yeah, it plays with what Demir's trying to do in this format with the self-mill. And if you have dedicated self-mill, like a lot of it, don't be afraid to go over 40 cards. But you're going to need a specific deck to want to do that. Soul of Emancipation, 4 Bant colors, so 7 mana for a 5/7 avatar. When it enters the battlefield, destroy up to 3 other target non-land permanents. For each of those permanents, a controller gets a 3/3 angel token with flying. Interesting. So it's doing something vaguely Terastodon-esque, but the tokens have flying. It's a little bit better to hit your own things, but it doesn't hit lands, which makes it a little bit worse. Of course, in limited, you're gonna have plenty of sack fodder in this format. 1 mana 1/1s and what? Or just like destroy random citizen tokens, upgrade them into 3/3 flyers, and then like maybe hit one of your opponent's bombs. Card's great. I think it's gonna see some niche constructed play too. There'll be a deck or a spot that wants it. But definitely a limited bomb. Only reason to go into Bant if you open it. Spara's Educiators. Educators. Adjudicators. 2 in Bant, so 5 mana for 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, target creature and opponent controls can't attack or block until your next turn. And then it's another one of those 2-mana exile from your hand. Make a Bant tri-land. And then you can also play the Educators from your exile. Not the worst, huh? Not the worst. Most of them do seem pretty similar in power level, the fixers. I feel like they've been costed pretty appropriately. Stimulus Package, 2 red-green enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 treasure tokens. Second treasure, create a 1/1 green and white citizen creature token. Oh, that's cool. Just being able to cash in any treasure token for a 1/1 at any point in time. And it comes with 2 1/1s, or 2 treasure. I feel like this card's good. Like, you could take it like really early and just go ham on making 1/1s. Maybe the Naya citizen deck. Syndicate Infiltrator, 2 blue, black, Vampire Wizard, 3/3 flyer. As long as there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard, it gets +2/+2. Yeah, 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer is already fine. And then the potential to scale up into a 4 mana 5/5. Pretty nice limited card. I like it. Blue black seems really good at actually getting that right, the 5 or more mana values with all the self-mill. Definitely a pack one, pick one. Tainted Indulgence, blue black, instant, draw 2 cards, then discard a card unless there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard. So this card's sweet too. Like early on, I mean, it's just a charter course, right? But it's helping you get to that. It's helping you get to the 5 or more types in your graveyard with some selection. This is a pretty good card. And then by the time you get 5 types, this turns into just like 2 mana divination. Yeah, I like this card a lot. To lose, Clever Conductor. And this is Esper. Esper, you got a hybrid Azorius, hybrid Dimir, and an island, so you could play it for triple blue. 3 mana for a 3/1 human rogue legend. Enters battlefield, it connives. Whenever you discard one or more cards, exile them from your graveyard, and when it dies, put the cards exiled with it into their owner's hand. Oh, this card rules, huh? Yeah, this seems like a constructed playable card to me. It just has to die. It just has to die to do it. You don't have to like spend mana or anything. Just trade it in combat or sack it to a sack outlet. If all that it's doing is drawing off of itself too, I mean, it's still value. 3 mana, 3/1 draw card. Getting it exiled or bounced could feel bad. Sort of. If it gets exiled or bounced, like you still looted. You know what I mean? Like, sure, you lose that card, but that's just how connive works.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, for just days, thanks to 44 months. It does not play well with the threshold mechanic, correct? But also, who cares? You're drawing a bunch of cards. Unleash the Inferno, 1 in Jund, instant, rare. So 4 mana for an instant. Unleash the Inferno deals 7 damage to target creature or planeswalker. When it deals excess damage this way, destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the amount of excess damage. Wasn't that fucking weird? So potentially a 2 for 1. Definitely worded very weirdly and situational. For a card that, I don't know. It seems like this card could have just been better. Instant? It is instant. You think it's very Jund? I guess. Alright, Void Rend, Esper, instant, can't be countered, destroy a non-land permanent. Well, that's exciting, huh? Not enough can't be countered bullshit. Gunking up my eternal formats. At least it's non-land permanent. Something that's kind of cool about this card, about this Void Rend card, is that it is an uncounterable removal spell from Murktide. And that will matter for older formats. Not a ton, because I mean you have to be in Esper colors, but it does matter. Also gets around Chalice the Void on 3. Very, very relevant, I'm sure. Kills Blastoise in Legacy. That's a really good point. Yeah, it gets around the Ward 4 on that Artifact Grower in Legacy. Also very relevant. And then it also just like hits random ass Planeswalkers and Sylvan Libraries and such. And kind of a draw to plating an otherwise terrible color combination. Veil of Summer's back? Yeah, maybe. I don't think Veil of Summer really went anywhere. But might see a slight uptick. Alright, Zeatora the Incinerator. 3 in Jund colors, so 6 mana for a 6/6 Demon Dragon. Well, this card, like, kind of reminds me of those old, what were those, what was that cycle of Dragon Legends? Like Crosus the Purger and all that? What set was that? Odyssey block. Oh, Invasion block. Those Invasion block dragons. And kind of invokes that a little bit. Anyway, 6 mana for a 6/6, Jund colors, flying at the beginning of your end step. You may sacrifice another creature. When you do, Deals damage equal to a creature's power to any target, and you create 3 treasure tokens. Huh. That ability seems like it kind of sucks, though, huh? 6 mana for a 6/6 dragon, and then you can, like, if it lives to your end step, you get to fling another creature and make some treasure. This is Corvold at home. Yeah. Ziatora's Envoy. 1 and Jund. So 4 mana for a 5/4 Vishnu Warrior with Trample. Those are some stats, huh? Those are some reasonable stats there. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player with the top card of your library, you may play a land from the top of your library or cast a spell with mana value less than or equal to the damage dealt from the top of your library without paying its mana cost. If you don't, put that card in your hand, and then you can blitz for 5 mana. Okay, this card's probably pretty good then, huh? It is an on-hit trigger. But Blitz here is like 5 mana for a 5/4 trample. That's gonna get to play a card off the top of your library and draw a card when you sack it to Blitz. Yeah, I think this card's great. The Envoy. I think most of the Blitz cards look pretty great. I really like that flexibility. And having it on a Trampler is nice. That also has a value ability. Less than or equal to the damage dealt. So if it deals the full amount, if you hit someone for 5, you can play a 5 casting cost card from the top. Yeah, I like it. Okay, I usually only stream till 2 in the morning, but... God, do we only have artifacts left? How many artifacts are here? It seems like a doable amount. I feel like I can go over to finish out the set. A lot of the limited lands are tri-lands. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a break and rest my mouth for a little bit, because I am dying here. But I do want to finish out this set review. Here we are on artifacts. I think it makes sense to finish tonight, then like start the stream with this tomorrow. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to refill my water because it is almost out. I am almost empty. I'm going to come back and we'll finish this up. Yeah. All right. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Thanks for waiting for me, you late night diehards. Let's do it, huh? Let's finish this up. Arcspitter. 1 colorless artifact equipment. Equipped creature has 1. This creature deals 1 damage to target creature that's blocking it. Equip 1. So it plays kind of well with shields, I suppose. Or against shields, anyway. I don't know how good this card is, though. I guess you get to activate it multiple times. This makes things, like, difficult to block. I don't think the ability is as good as, like, jumping something with flying, though. Because it's mana intensive, you need to have up the mana for the pinging. Could get blown out by a pump spell. Or someone like killing the Arcspitter and then eating your creature. Are there many Death Touchers in the set? There's some. There's a little bit of Death Touch. It's not like all over the set or anything, but there's some. But Death Touchers, like, your opponent already doesn't want to block them, right? Reminds you of Heartpiercer Bow. Couldn't that card kill anything, though? This can only hit a creature that's blocking it. It seems like kind of narrow. Yeah, Bo would mow down like a whole field. Pump spell doesn't work that well. They have to pay 1 extra and respond to the pump. Huh? No, you attack with your 2/2 and your opponent's 3/3. With the idea that you'll like ping it, and they can pump it before they block. You don't get to like respond necessarily unless they're timing it poorly. You also don't necessarily have the mana to put into it when your opponent's playing your pump spell, right? Like you might be tapping out for the Arc Spitter to eat their thing, and then you get blown the fuck out. Overall, I don't think I like this card, but I could see it fitting in some decks. Brass Knuckles. 4 mana, artifact equipment. When you cast this spell, copy it. So you get 2 equipments for the price of 1, huh? Price of 1 4 mana equipment. Equipped creature has double strike as long as there are 2 more equipment attached to it. And then it equips 1. Interesting. So if you have another couple equipment in play, you can spread them out and give 2 things double strike. Or it by itself is kind of just like a 4 mana, equip 2, double strike, which is not bad. Cement Shoes, 1 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+3 and has at the beginning of your end step, tap this creature. Equipped creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Equip 2. So the way to use this is you put it on something before you attack with it. And then you can move it to something that you don't mind stays tapped, or you can just like leave it tapped and then move it to something else to attack with on the next turn. It's not a defensive card. You can't use it defensively. But it could murder somebody. Could make things difficult. This card plays really well with citizen tokens. Very mana intensive? Sort of. I mean, 2 mana is not that much mana. 2 mana is a lot less than, like, trying to kill some large thing with Arc Spitter. It does not make creatures lose flying, yeah. So you can smack in with a flyer. Chrome Cat, 3 mana for a 3/2. Artifact creature Cat. When it enters the battlefield, scry 1. That's very fillerish, huh? The cool thing about this being a filler card, and this being a colorless card that you can put into any deck, is the casualties ability. Sometimes goes up to 3. It's nice just having 3 drops, 3 mana 3Xs accessible to everybody. Getaway card, 3 mana for a 4/3 artifact vehicle, rare. Haste, when it attacks or blocks, return up to 1 target creature that crewed it this turn to its owner's hand. And it's only 1 crew. So you have something with a comes into play ability. And this could be really interesting. Or if you're just bouncing your 1 drop every turn, who gives a shit? And it's like 1 mana to crew your 4/3. Interesting card. You don't have to bounce it. It's up to 1. Oh, that's true. It is up to 1. Yeah, I misread it at first. I guess you could use the bounce to like have an untapped blocker. There's a few situations where it could turn out to be good. Raven Inspector, yeah, that sort of thing. Interesting stuff. Gilded Pinions, 2 mana, artifact equipment. Enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. Equipped creature has flying, equip 2. Yeah, I think this card is better than Arc Spitter. I like it. Halo Scarab. 2 mana artifact creature insect. 2 mana exile Halo Scarab from your graveyard. Create a treasure token. Okay, so it's a 2 mana 2/1 that has some graveyard value. This card is going to play well in the Connive set, huh? Loot it away. Make a treasure from your graveyard. Kind of like flashing back Strike It Rich, which is good sometimes. Not amazing, but good sometimes. Luxior, Yada's Gift. 1 mana for a legendary artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each counter on it. Equipped permanent isn't a planeswalker and is a creature in addition to its other types. Equipped planeswalker 1, equipped 3. A lot of people really excited about Luxior Yada's Gift. I think it's because it's a unique ability, as opposed to being actually good. Yeah, most of the Gideons, the nice thing about them being creatures is that they animate themselves. You usually don't want to have to spend another card letting you actually, like, attack. It does go infinite with Devoted Druid. There are a lot of cards that go infinite with Devoted Druid. But it's a Stoneforge Mystic tutorable, so that's kind of nice. Something else that's cool about Stoneforge Mystic and the Devoted Druid shell is that it can get that longbow that pings the opponent. And then if you're popping off with a Devoted Druid, it just goes infinite. So then you would have an infinite mana enabler for Stoneforge Mystic, the Luxior, and then you'd also have a finisher that you can get with Stoneforge Mystic, that longbow that I just mentioned. Karn could grab it and equip itself, yeah. Yeah, remember that, Yojimbo's Law? I remember that. Anyway. I think I've said everything I need to say about that one. Yeah, aim. People have played that with a Devoted Druid combo before. Because the Devoted Druid untaps itself when you're going infinite. So you can kill someone instead of using Ballista. The appeal being that Stoneforge Mystic can get it. Alright, Ominous Parcel, 1 mana artifact. 2 mana, tap, sacrifice the parcel, search your library for a basic land, put it in your hand. Sure. Yeah, that's D's. Some D's fix in. And then 5 mana can destroy or deal 4 damage to a creature. Yeah, this card kind of rules, huh? Fixing early, removal late. I'm into it. Paragon of Modernity. 4 mana for an artifact creature, Angel Warrior, 2/2 flyer. 3 mana, gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If exactly 3 colors of mana were spent to activate it, put a 1/1 counter on it instead. Oh, this card's kind of cool, huh? I mean, 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer is not a great rate. But most decks should be able to pay 3 mana, 1 mana of each different colors, and make it a 3/3, then a 4/4. It's not a bad sink if you have nothing else to do. Real interesting color gradient on the wings, too. Cool stuff. Quick Draw Dagger, 3 mana for an artifact equipment, flash. When it enters the battlefield, attached to a target creature you control. That creature gains first strike until end of turn, and then the equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equip 1. That's kind of a neat combat trick, huh? I like those combat tricks that give you the residual value. So you can play this to blow out combat. And then, like, the opponent kills your creature and you can move it around. Give things +1/+1. Neat. Scuttling Butler. I didn't go to buttling school just to scuttle around all day. Oh, you did though. You did though. All right, 3 mana for a 4/1 construct artifact creature. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more multicolored permanents, it gains double strike until end of turn. Oh, that's kind of hot. 2 or more multicolored permanents, and then you have a 3 mana 4/1 double strike. 4/1 double strike's like kind of scary, huh? Kind of vicious. There's some trample enablers in this format too. I think this card might fuck some people up. That's what I think. Suspicious Bookcase. 2 mana for an artifact creature wall defender. 3 mana, target creature can't be blocked this turn. It's an 0/4. Yeah, nice filler. I feel like we've had this card before. I feel like this is a reprint. But it's not a bad one, huh? Not a bad one at all. Blocks early, lets things get through. Unlicensed Hearse. 2 mana for an artifact vehicle. Rare. Star power and toughness. Taps to exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. And its power and toughness are equal to the number of cards exiled with it. Interesting. Crew 2. So it's graveyard hate, which is relevant in this format where like self-mill is a thing. Both in standard and this limited format, or even older formats. Exile 2 cards from a single graveyard. So the first turn you activate it, it's a 2/2, and then you activate it again, it's a 4/4, and you activate it again, it's a 6/6, and then crew 2 to activate a 6/6. I kind of feel like this card's good. Like, it takes a few turns to juice up, but the fact that you're actually, like, hosing people too is kind of real. Exiling combat? Only when you're blocking. The exile is a tap ability. So if you're attacking with it, then you're not exiling. But you can block and then exile and pump it. Keep it back on defense. Cool. Sweet card. And playable turn 1 off Ancient Tomb in the formats that care about that. Just saying. It's not gonna have 2 cards to exile on turn 1, but you know. Botanical Plaza. Enters the battlefield tapped. Taps for green or white. Or you can 4 mana sack it to draw a card. Sweet. Nice little cycle. Broker's Hideout. Land. When it enters the battlefield, sacrifice it. When you do, search your library for a basic forest, plains, or island card. Put on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle, and you gain 1 life. So unlike Evolving Wilds, you don't get to choose the timing on this. But gaining life is pretty hot. Also note that you don't have to be Bant colors to play this. Like if you're in Esper colors, you can still play this to fix between blue and white, right? And don't underestimate the gaining of life. Is landfall in the set? Not really. There are cards that care about the casting costs of cards in your graveyard though, and this does add 0s to your graveyard. Much better than the panoramas, yeah. Those even took like a mana to activate, right? Jetmir's Garden. We get the Naya fetchable cycling land. Exciting. And it looks like the rest of these cards are just going to be variants on the cycles, the land cycles that we've already looked at. Still exciting. This is the one that I wanted. I've actually been like pretty upset that I couldn't have the Grixis. The Grixis tutorable comes into play tapped land for a few different brews. Really nice that we just have access to them all now. Those are pretty sweet fucking basics. These full art basics. I actually fucking love this. This one's really cool too. Oh man. Some real atmospheric shit. Love it. You think one life is not enough to make up for not being able to sit on the shuffle? Why would you want to sit on the shuffle in limited? Seems like one life is like almost strictly better. Oh, you're talking about Pauper. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, I don't think they're exciting for Pauper either. Like, I don't think, I don't think Evolving Wilds really sees Pauper play, right? People play the 1-mana land cycler. Well, sweet. Here I am, half an hour past. That's alright, though. We got the whole set review done. Talked about a lot of cool cards. I think the cards that I was most excited about in the set were like, I liked a lot of the Blitz cards. I think Blitz looks like a really strong ability. And some of the Blitz cards look really good. Especially that green Rhino. And the black one that draws cards from the graveyard. And then I was also really excited about the a few of the different cards that play well in Sacrifice. Sacrifice fodder stuff. Potentially Eternal playable. Obnixilus is really exciting. A lot of the charms are cool. Yeah, should be a really good set, right? We get the Tri-lands as well. I think I'm gonna order a set of the Tri-lands this time. I didn't last time, and now they're all like kind of expensive. At least on Moto. Which do I think is the best art? That Donato art, where they're holding down somebody and cutting gold out of the body. I think it's probably the best art in the set. There's some really fierce competition, though. I like the art for the Grixis 7. It's got a bunch of like paintings in the room. I think that art is like actually incredible. Because the paintings look like distinct things. Here, I'm gonna bring that back up. It was pretty early on, right? Oh, maybe it wasn't. Yeah, Lord Xandar. Just hyper realistic. And then, yeah, all the art that's just like fucking chilling in his collector room. The amount of detail in the random paintings makes them almost like their own thing within this larger painting. But then the hyper-realism of like the real world makes the stylized paintings like 2D flat. They just fit, you know? Just adds a lot. And it's really good. The art of the Topiary art for Topiary Stomper made me laugh. I liked that a lot. I liked the one where the shadows like grabbing the little dude. That one's pretty sweet. We talked about the art for Prize Fight. Incredible. It's just so good. So fucking good. Soloist has sweet art. There's just like a lot of really good art in this set. A lot of really fun textures. Oh yeah, I was talking about Shadow Mortality. That one's got really cool art. And Cut of the Prophets is the Donato piece that I was talking about. I think this is probably my pick for best art in the set. But there's, like I said, there's a lot of stiff competition. I think I went over all my favorites. Yeah, good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the set review. You see what I mean about fun textures? This is a really cool piece, even though it's on like kind of an innocuous common. There's a lot of cards like that. Just like some really insane art for like filler cards. I appreciate it. It'll be interesting to see if Crowbar shows up in Stoneforge Mystic decks. This is like a tutorable disenchant, even though it's slow as shit. I could see it.